Okay, is my mic working? Okay, it's fine. I was having a technical difficulty. What's up, guys? And welcome to the 5th exciting episode of Wild Beyond the Witchlight. Hope everybody's doing good today. Before we get started, we're going to go over our couple small house rules and introduce our characters and do our recap. First and foremost, let's keep spoilers to a minimum. And by minimum, I mean let's not spoil anything at all. If you've played through this adventure, if you've seen somebody else play through it, please refrain from spoiling in chat because we're going to be hanging out with you. Next off, let's not be worried about the rules because obviously D&D has a lot of them and sometimes they're complicated and sometimes we just do stuff because it's cool. So if we miss a rule, we might try to fix it, might not. It'll be fine. And last but not least, let's try not to judge anybody based off their character decisions or like how their knowledge of the game or anything like that. We try to keep that internet toxicity to also a absolute 0. But you guys are awesome, so we don't have to worry about that, right? And like I said, we're gonna go around and introduce. What's up? Somebody say?
No, I'm just falling apart. Everything's good.
Oh, Jesus!
You got a thing on stuff. Just FYI.
Yeah, your voice mod's on. I was like,
Yes. You jumping the gun a little bit, okay? You might just need to take a step back.
Better.
and today the role of Lady Stuff will be played by a demon from the 9th circle of hell.
I'm so sorry.
Anyway, we are going to go through it and introduce the whole cast real quick. And as an added bonus, I know we'll get to this in the recap, we're going to tell you guys about the magic item we picked from Nib. So, starting with me, as always, I'm Vincent Page, and I am playing Nephilim or Liam, a tiefling bard. And I chose, you already know, I'm a basic white bitch. I picked a bag of holding for all the utility. And for the guys who don't know what a bag of holding is, it's like this bag that holds stuff, obviously. Just kidding. It's a bag with an extra dimensional pocket of space-time or something that you can fit a whole bunch of shit in. It's really, really great. Move it over to Ace.
Yeah, I'm Ace. I'll be the DM tonight. I'll be, a whole bunch of different people, so I'll do my best to keep up. But yeah, I think I'll leave it there as we got a bunch of fun surprises in for the night.
Hell yeah.
I'm Foxy. I chose / was tricked into picking a deck of many things. And that just means that I'm at the whim of the DM for everything if I ever want to use it.
And who is Foxy playing today?
Oh, no, myself. I'm playing Elfie, Sundew, and I am a changeling
Warlock. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
We got there.
Not gonna lie, Baldur's Gate 3 started mixing in my head, and I was playing a wizard, and I'm like,
Wizard, Warlock, both W's. That's
Yeah.
fine. All right, Jason.
All right, I'm Jason playing Oz, the Order Cleric, and for Oz's item, we just went pretty basic and went with an Amulet of the Devout to add a +1 spell attack and DC to all of Oz's skills.
Very nice. Stuff.
I am Lady Stuff. I am playing Kaylin, who is the Circle of Stars Kalishtar Druid. And the item that I took was a Broom of Flying. Because I've been having all these visions of Baba Yaga, and I just feel this close draw to brooms now. So, and it also allows us to fly places because we've gotten in a couple binds where we need a little flying action. So, yeah.
And you can use it to clean up the bullshit,
That's right.
We may have
That
ran
too.
out of wings, we need to-
Yeah, real quick.
All right. Skynet.
So I'm Skynet. I'm playing Tier Firefist, and I'm a half-orc barbarian. And the magic item I took was a Cloak of Protection. It gives me +1 to my AC modifier. So trying to make myself even more tanky.
Love to see it. I don't think I have anything else other than the recap, yeah?
Okay, so we'll jump right into it then. So yeah, last time around, it's been a minute, but our group was kind of making their way out of hither. They were kind of trying to work their way out of the swamps to get some stuff kind of wrapped up and make sure everybody was kind of set before they left. They kind of made the last final sweep of Bavlorna's hut, where they encountered a red cap who was, she was just doing her best to make some lunch for everybody, and apparently that didn't settle well with the group. So they they lashed out a little bit of a fight broke out, but at the end of the day, everyone got out, and we ended up with a couple new friends of a small campistry who, for those of you who don't know, is a little mushroom person who's become a friend of the group. And the other friend that we've come across is Clapperclaw the Scarecrow, who the two of them are now traveling with the group. And after kind of getting some different, various deeds done, they decided to finally leave hither and make their way to thither, thanks to the help of Clapperclaw and his knowledge of the area. He faithfully led the group to Nib's cave. And Nib is this kind of haggard old gentleman who just has these massive stockpiles of gold. He wears a blindfold, doesn't seem to look behind him, and what our group has uncovered is he is from Waterdeep, and he's got just a bunch of debt and ill-gotten gold that he made a deal with a hag to try and absolve him of that, and they did, but in return he has to pay that back. So he offered everyone in the group an item. He can spin the gold into thread and then use that thread to make basically whatever item he can. And so he offered that to each of the group, mainly as a favor to them, but also as a favor to himself. So the group kind of talked to him a little bit the night before. Everybody was kind of getting situated. They're all, unless I'm mistaken, and feel free anybody to stop me, but I think everybody was kind of settling in for a long rest to get some sleep that night, as we make our way into specifically the next morning, as the sun is shining through the front of this cave. Everybody will get a long rest, with the exception of Tyr. That night, Tyr, after he was saved in the long run by Kaelin. However, there was a moment where Tyr had grabbed some fistfuls of gold, and unfortunately that night, when Tyr went to sleep, he was plagued by these apparitions that filled the cave. I mean, it wasn't one or two, but there were hordes of these people, these faces that he didn't recognize, that were calling out, that were, desperate to reclaim their money and their lost funds and all the turmoils that those things brought to him. Unfortunately, because of how much gold Tyr handled, Tyr wakes up with 4th level exhaustion.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
He will be moving about half speed today. He's going to have disadvantage on attack rolls, disadvantage on ability checks. His health is halved. He's struggling today. And so I think he's probably a little slow to arise that morning. But I think for the rest of you, as you guys individually are waking up, Nib is kind of eagerly waiting. He's got, several things set aside, and has even kind of like sat back a little bit. He's kind of taking a bit of a break himself. He's clearly worked through the night, as he wanted to make sure that everything was ready for you guys, and had each of these different items that were up to his standards, if you will. He wanted to make sure that like everything was really just, really peak performance, that he wasn't worried about anything falling apart or shortcuts. He just really wanted to look out for you guys. So with that, I'll turn it over there. There's at least one thing that we're going to deal with before leaving the cave, but if anybody else wants to do anything that morning, I'll leave it to you guys.
Did we ever get a handout of
Alright.
what Nib looks like?
No, there isn't one.
All right. Well, Oz will just say a quick word as he wakes. He's feeling a little perky this morning, so he's just says to everyone, "You've made it this far, and you'll make it again. Hold fast, stand strong. We've got this, my friends." And with that, everyone gets 8 temporary hit points.
Ooh.
We'll need
Oz is,
Oh, yeah.
Oz being an inspiring leader.
Hell yeah, buddy.
With a little whimsy of the Feywild with the rhyming scheme. I like it. That's very cool.
Ace, remind me again. So I'm taking half damage, right?
No, so your maximum health points is halved for now. You are moving at half speed, and you have disadvantage on basically every roll.
Okay. Okay.
Oh boy.
I think
Gotcha.
Kaylin will probably go over and be a little concerned. And just be clear, we're not on the map right now, right? Like, I'm not seeing a cave.
Yeah, no, nope.
Okay, cool. Just making sure. Yeah. Hey, you don't look like you slept too well last night.
No, I don't think I did tonight. I don't know. I'm feeling off today.
Yeah. You didn't have any like weird spectral visitors in the night, did you?
I don't know. I really don't.
You don't remember anything?
I don't think so. I just woke up and not really feeling myself today.
Okay. Well, if you do happen to have nightmares in the future, just let me know. Okay?
I will. Thank you.
Okay.
For a quick
So I guess
clarification, you said there was sunlight coming in?
I did say there's sunlight
Okay,
coming
so
in.
we do have a day and night
Oh,
cycle here. That's fun.
oh my gosh.
Yeah. We love to see that.
This is excellent news.
Yeah. So I just wanted to clarify for
The sun
clarification.
is shining, the skies are clear.
For
I saw
clarification
stars
for
last
people who
night.
maybe are just popping in on this, in Hither it was always daytime, so this is a huge shift.
Yeah, and I think probably while Kaylin's checking in on Tyr, in that moment, I think Clapperclaw would probably approach Liam a little bit, and he kind of, opens. He's, given that Clapperclaw lacks hands, he's got these large claws, like lobster claws. He kind of opens one of them and kind of holds it out, and he goes, Liam, I want you to have this, as he holds out this small, kind of egg-shaped stone.
Oh, well, thank you, buddy. What is it?
And he kind of opens up his other hand to reveal almost an identical one. I mean, they are almost nearly mirrored. As he goes, well, I talked to Nib last night, and he made us sending stones. So even if I can't be next to you, I can still talk to you.
Awesome, pal. Yes, this is super cool. Thank you.
I forgot about that.
Let me add that. I think if I look up sending stones, it'll give it to me, right?
How do they work?
Oz also got 8 temporary hit points, by the way.
Oh, okay.
And the mushroom. And Sporticus.
I got 6. That's it.
Sporticus now has
Dang
times as many hit points.
Well, yeah, I
Wow.
forgot about Sporticus. Yeah, I could put him on him, but we'll have to take it off somebody else.
Oh no! You only get to pick 5 or 6.
6 total.
Yeah. So I don't think I've ever used sending stones before. How do you know how exactly they work, buddy?
And he kind of he goes, here, watch. And he just takes he's 5 steps away from you, right? Like he's
Yeah.
he's you can definitely hear him over the whole thing, but he holds the rock up to his head and he goes, he's speaking into the rock, but also definitely loud enough that anybody in the cave can hear him. And he's like, you hold it up and you focus on it, and when you talk into it, it'll send it to the other stone. So as long as I have the other one, we can always talk.
Awesome. Very cool.
Is there a distance range on sending stones?
I'm gonna say arguably with these ones, even if there was, these ones there would not be.
Nice.
and it works through the fog.
I think in that moment his shoulders drop a little bit, and he goes, "Oh, well, I don't know. A lot of things can't get through the fog."
It's okay. We'll figure it out.
Yeah,
Don't
and
worry,
we're all
buddy.
we're all
You're with us for
together.
life.
Yeah, we're together now, so that doesn't necessarily matter. We're all on the same side of the fog. I do have a quick mechanical question, just for clarification.
Yeah,
It
for
also
sure.
does say that you can only cast sending through them once, and then they can't be used again until the next dawn.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some flexibility there, right? Like, I don't think this is an open line of communication. Like, there probably are some limits to it, but yeah, it's definitely not like a one and like we got to wait till the next day kind of thing.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify for mechanical reasons, and if people
Yeah,
had a
no,
question about it
absolutely.
later. Okay, awesome. Well, cool. This is a really good thing. This will be super handy on our adventure. You did awesome, pal.
And you see his chest kind of puffs up a little bit. He's like real proud of himself, and he goes, I'm gonna go see what's going on in the woods today. As he kind of just takes a few steps outside and is kind of getting the lay of the land. Like he said before, he definitely knows this area really well, so he's probably just getting a view of what's happening and if there's anything special he needs to be concerned about.
And then real quick,
Hey, buddy.
not to take up
No,
the
good.
whole time. I just where are we at in relation to Nib? Are we like right in there with him, or seeing like a back?
Yeah, so you guys would be within this cave, and he sits kind of in the corner with his back to this pile of gold. He is very diligent in never looking back, never looking that direction, and so he kind of faces the front mouth of the cave. And again, he wears a blindfold and things, so a lot of things he does is off of sound and things like that. But yeah, I think like his living quarters, if you will, would kind of be generally around him, like kind of to his right in kind of like a larger, cave setting. So
But we're all together is like,
yeah,
okay,
for sure.
Cool. Go ahead. I was just curious.
Oh, I was like, I can't remember what I was gonna say.
Sorry.
Hey, little buddy. No, you're fine. Hey, little buddy. If you need help scouting out or anything, I have a cool new broom, so we can go flying around together if you want.
Like he kind of like his shoulders almost drop as his claws like almost hit the ground. He looks at you, goes, "You can fly now?"
Have we gotten our items
I
yet?
can. I think
I wanna
maybe in 2 to 4
fly.
business
Let's
days.
go fly. What?
Oh, no,
Why
I
are we
might have
standing
miscalculated.
here?
Hold on,
And
did I
he's like-
miscalculate?
We just woke up. Have we gotten our items from Nib yet?
So you guys can see, like you can actively see, Nib has definitely made them all. They're just kind of setting aside
God.
next to him, like he's set them aside, ready to give them to you. Again, you guys were sleeping and stuff, and he kind of worked through the night, so he has not like planted them on you or anything. But yeah, like they're all definitely there and ready. So
Okay, so these are
All
not
right.
yet attuned then, right?
I'm gonna say you guys were able to attune to them, just for the sake of all, the whole argument, and what have you. It's not going to change a whole lot. So.
Incredible. Mr. Nib, could I take my broom? I have a little joyride I need to go on with my new kid.
He lets out a soft chuckle and he goes, "I would so gladly indulge you in that." As he, like almost instinctively, without looking, again, he wears this blindfold. He reaches over, grabs it, and reaches out, and not really sure exactly where to hand it out, but going just off of your voice, he kind of holds it out to you. He goes, "Please, I do hope you guys enjoy."
All right, well, guys, how would you feel if I went off on a little ride with Clapperclaw? I think I've got room for one more on the back. It can hold like 400 pounds or something like that. I don't want to ask weights. That's like a touchy subject, but I don't know, Clapperclaw, you're mostly straw, right?
Yeah, why don't you take a test ride before you take too many guests up there?
I'll definitely take a test ride without Clapperclaw first.
Like he kind of like immediately hunches over. "I wanted to go first."
All right, little buddy, how about this? Are there any shells around that we can repurpose into a helmet for you?
Like he kind of like pauses and then slowly reaches his claw up as he knocks on the like bone part of this skull that's on his head. I think I'm okay.
Okay. Okay, great. I Well, good news, you're with the healer, so nothing can go wrong. But just for posterity's sake, anybody have some rope?
I think so.
I've got some. I don't really know how to use it, but I got
Rope
some.
went great for Kalen last time, but
Oh, that's a flashback reminding myself that I remembered you don't know how to tie knots.
He cannot
Yeah,
not.
I don't have rope. I only have robes, it looks like. Oh, I do have rope. I have rope. Okay. I can use my own rope. Okay. All right, buddy. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to attach you to me. And worst case, I will wild shape into something squishy. And we will squish and you will flop on top of me. And I will buffer your fall. I might die, in which case I'm going to need you to use the sending stone to go get help. Okay?
okay. But I get to sit in the front seat.
Can I steer from the back on this thing? I don't know how the steering works, but sure. Yeah, let's do that. That's fine.
Yeah,
All
and
right.
I think he eagerly follows as you guys head outside.
Perfect. Do, 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 do. All right, guys, we've got who's got the sending stone? Call 911 in case of emergency. If you hear a loud crashing noise, come help.
Got it. We'll come a running.
All right, we'll stay
Excellent.
where
Well,
we can see
I'm
you.
gonna come a walking, I should say.
I'm gonna come a walking.
Is your dad
Yeah,
right?
maybe you should rest a little bit. You need some breakfast this morning, I think.
I appreciate that.
And once Clapperclaw and Liam, I'm sorry, once Clapperclaw and Kalen set out, I think Nib kind of calls out to Liam as he holds out this bag of holding, and like as he holds it out, he kind of taps on the bag and kind of nods a little bit towards Liam as he goes, I hope everything is to your liking, as he kind of holds it out to you.
1,000 thank yous. I'm sure it'll work wonderfully. And thank you again for the little extra.
As he nods and even kind of has a partial grin. He goes, truthfully, it's my pleasure. I'm really, it means a lot to me. And then he takes the deck as he kind of holds out this small wooden box as he's holding it kind of closed in his hands in a bit of a clamshell as he kind of turns and he goes, Elfie, I believe it was.
Yes, Mr. Nib, that's me.
And he kind of holds it out and like cautiously kind of pulls his hand back. Please be careful with this. I understand it can do a lot of things, but just be careful. I would feel terrible if something happened to you for something that I did.
Oh, I appreciate your concern, Mr. Nib, and as thanks, I do want to give you this really pretty necklace that I found from a wisp in the Feywild. It has a lucky clover on it, so maybe it'll change your luck.
He kind of smiles and takes it from you as he kind of runs his hands over it. You can see like this kind of partial smile as he kind of sits back in his chair and he goes, I really hope it does. I appreciate that.
And then Elfie's gonna walk away and gently tuck the deck of many things in the correct way in his bag so that when he picks it up, it doesn't all fall out.
Oh, man. Could you imagine? That's a really terrible game of 52 card pickup. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, the real question is what happens if they all fall out? Does it affect when I pick the first one up?
So here's the thing. Mechanically, just so we're all out on the table, mechanically at each morning, you are allowed to pick a number between 1 and 6. Whatever number you pick is the maximum amount of cards allowed to be drawn that day. You are not forced to draw that many cards, but anything more than that, and there will be ramifications. So, yeah, I'm just like totally transparent that is the functionality, how this will mechanically work.
So, out of curiosity, is it a 52 card deck or is it a like tarot card deck that has 78?
No, this is actively 52 cards. Well, technically 54 because there's Joker.
Oh, great. Does Jokers mean I can do whatever I want?
No, definitely not, actually.
I was really hoping that you're giving you a little bit of
Oh, he's got a
something.
wild card. This ain't Uno, buddy. I'm just gonna.
Look, the Joker can be anything. So can any other fucking card in this deck.
He then turns, reaching over, grabbing the cloak as he, I think, kind of gets up and even like fans it out a little bit as he kind of lays it over Tyr with a small pat on the shoulder. And he goes, when you're ready, it's ready for you, but do take all the rest that you need.
Looks like you're gonna need that there, bub.
And then he makes his way back to his little table there. As he sits down, and there's one more box that he sets there as he turns to Oz, and he goes, and last but not least, I hope this works for you. As he kind of just taps the box and kind of knowingly nods to Oz as he kind of gestures for him to be able to, collect his things and go from there.
All right. I'll also pick up the box and say, thank you. Your hospitality has been wonderful. We really appreciate it.
He kind of smiles and nods and goes, I can't lie. It's kind of been nice having some people around. If at any point you guys need a place to stay, please don't hesitate to stop in.
We might be back.
That said, while Kalen and Clapperclaw are out for a joyride, I'm going to need a perception check.
From all of us?
No, just the two of them, actually.
Oh. And
Oh,
just
the
for
two they're
clarification, I choose 6.
Son of a biscuit eater. Hold on. Nope, I'm not doing this. We're using that inspiration. We're doing it again.
Okay, fair enough.
First off. Are you
Oh
kidding
my
me?
God, 2 tens. Wow.
Well-
there you have it.
Luckily, Clapperclaw got an 18.
Hey, our boy, man.
As
Our freaking
You
boy.
guys are riding around, over this incredibly dense, lush forest. This place is, from where you came from, it's gorgeous, and you can see these kind of plateaus and mountains in the distance. You see this lake in the distance, and then Clapperclaw kind of reaches back and taps you as he points and says, hey, look over there. Do you see it? As off way in the distance, you can see this massive winged figure. This thing is easily the size of a dragon that is flying off. It's a good ways away from you guys, but you can see this thing, clear as day, as its kind of serpent-like body is coiling through the sky, its wings dipping as it turns. And in that moment, you do see it looks like something falls out of its clutches. You watch as this kind of large square object falls as this thing continues to kind of fly off and circle around. I will say, after the thing falls, it does kind of start to circle a little bit as it's seemingly trying to locate whatever dropped, but also that means every few seconds it's turning back towards your current direction.
And this creature looks, so it is a large flying scale. Do I know what creature it is?
I think Kalen probably not so much, but Stuff does.
Oh God. I hate when you do this. to
Oh
me.
God.
I think I know what it is.
Please don't tell me it's what it. Please.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Oh no.
Oh my God. It's not a dragon.
It's kind of like one.
Kind of.
And so, and this thing is, it has dropped something and it is looking around for it, right?
Sure is.
Oh God. Hey, Clapperclaw, we might want to check in with the others and let them know that there appears to be this majestic looking dragon that it looks like it might have dropped something and it might need help getting it back.
He's like, oh, but I was just starting to have fun.
Oh, is it not fun to go help people?
Not as fun as flying, but okay.
Look, if I promise you that you get to ride on this at least 3 more times,
4 more
You-
times.
you drive a hard bargain, little buddy. Fine. 4 more times, and you ask for help. Okay?
Okay. All right. I'm in. Let's go.
Great. Hold on. Before you get too far, or while you're working on that, does that look like a friend or a foe? I know you know the area, right? Friend or foe?
Also, just so you have a better idea of what you're looking at.
Oh
And he
no.
kind of looks at it and goes, I don't want to go over there. I don't think that looks like a friend of mine.
Here's the problem. Okay, so here's the mental dilemma that I am in, just like for chat to understand. The last time, so last session where we found Sir Talavar and his deceased body in a place, it was because the last time something like this happened, the moment we entered into a new world, we didn't go check it out, right? And so now we're being presented with perhaps the equivalent of Sir Talavar that has been dropped, and I could come rescue him, but Lord knows it can't just be me. I just want to lay it out here for chat. Okay. This thing does not look like it is not friend. All right, Clapperclaw. I'm going to wait here and I'm going to keep an eye on this thing. Do you want to find some cover and wait for, stay within my eyesight, but if you could find some cover and go send a message. I'm going to sit here and keep an eye on this thing.
You got it. As he half-ass salutes the best he can with these giant claws as he runs off to the side and he's hiding behind a tree that's nowhere near thick enough to even partially conceal his body as he immediately grabs the stone and Liam here.
How to Clapperclaw is going to sleep. Sorry.
The only thing that Liam gets is 911. It's real bad. We need help.
Oh my god. Okay, we gotta go, guys. Where are you at?
I'm on the ground. Kaylin's flying. It's real bad.
Oh, okay, so Liam's gonna grab the whole party
As his other hand is waving at Kaylin, just
Hey!
casually.
Okay. Nib, I'm really sorry to run off like this, but we really gotta go. Apparently Clapperclaw and Kaylin are in trouble. Come on, guys.
Thanks, Ned. Bye.
Tyr gets up and he's just kind of walking around with you guys.
And he waddles away. Waddle, waddle.
But Tyr's not in any hurry. He's really tired. He's pretty much exhausted.
Yeah, 4 levels will do that, bub. That's pretty bad. I've never seen over 2, so that's pretty bad.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so do I need to roll something to find these guys, or?
No, so I think, they wouldn't have gone crazy far, right? And so you're in a forest, you're able to look up, and even with, some minor, I'm going to say cooperation with Clapperclaw, he does his very best to kind of guide you guys to him. It would probably take you a little bit. I mean, obviously you're not leaving Tyr behind. So you guys are slowed down a little bit, but you guys are able to eventually find Clapperclaw, who once you're within eyesight, he immediately runs over and comes running up to you guys and goes, look, Kaylin's flying. She's flying from the bad thing.
What bad thing?
Can we see it from here?
No, through the woods, you guys absolutely can't see anything as he's just kind of loosely pointing as every once in a while through the gaps in the trees, you guys can see Kaylin kind of just staying afloat in the air, what have you. Kaylin, from your perspective, you eventually see this thing kind of give up as it starts to fly roughly north, and it kind of makes its way off into the clouds as the kind of fog settles in, and soon its body's obscured to a point where you can't see it anymore.
Elfie's gonna cast Thaumaturgy and be like, "Hey, yo!"
Oh my god. Oh god. Which Kaylin is going to look down and give him a death glare and say, "Shut up."
I mean, how else is she supposed to hear us?
I understand. However, remember, he was within eyesight. I was staying within eyesight of Clapperclaw, so I would have seen you.
Oh, well, yeah, that's true too.
It's okay. So,
Clap didn't tell me that.
it's okay. I am before I get down, I am going to go ahead and summon my familiar to basically go wherever it was that it last saw the item that dropped, and basically go be a place marker and see if it can go find the item for us to come find.
It's D&D version of putting a waypoint down.
Can I come back to that later, please?
Yeah. So I tell you what. Give me a perception check at disadvantage for your familiar.
Oh gosh, now I gotta look up his stuff. Hold on, I got it saved somewhere. I know I do. I came prepared for this day. No, I didn't. I did it for my wild shapes. All right. There we go. I got this. It's a raven. So it has a, what would that be? Is that intelligence?
It's wisdom, I think.
Wisdom. Bless. That's a +1. So,
The stat block.
So
says
there's-
perception +3.
perception. Oh, that's sorry. I was looking at wisdom modifier, but yeah, perception is +3. Okay, cool. So that was just a D20 +3. Would that work?
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Bless. 18 +3. At disadvantage. Son of a gun. I hate it here. Please, for the love of Pete. Okay. It could be worse. So 14?
14. Your familiar flies out to that area, and looking down, you can see what now looks like kind of a broken, kind of little disheveled carriage. Seems to have like a mount in the front of it, like a horse could be hooked up to it or something of that nature. Lots of colored roses and things like that in design. Looks very well crafted. This isn't, like a run of the mill carriage that, somebody's transporting, wheat in, right? Like this is definitely a passenger carriage that is very well made, what have you. But you do, I think, notably would notice that there is currently nothing hooked up to where the horse would be.
And it's not the one from the Witchlight Carnival, right?
Correct.
Okay. I guess we'll start making our way towards it. So I don't know if it makes sense for my raven to try and see if there's anybody alive inside that needs help for us to expedite that.
Sure. Are you having it fly down there?
What can it do? Can it do anything? Nothing super helpful. It can do. It's got a 10 wisdom or 12 wisdom. Yeah, sure. Let's go on it. It'll try. Again, this is just while we're trying to get to it.
Yeah, so as soon as it makes its way down there, with a 26 to hit for 9 piercing damage, I assume the raven is destroyed. And you never catch a glimpse of what actually did it. Clearly, I'm going to say some kind of predator in that nature definitely was able to get a hold of this bird. But yeah, so the rest of you are kind of heading that loose direction.
Yep. And I will go ahead and just warn him. Guys, Carla died. We might want to watch out for what's around the corner.
You didn't see if anybody was in the carriage? Sorry, Tyr.
No, you're fine.
No. Carla tried. Carla died.
Do you see what killed her?
Carlo.
I didn't. But I can say that the big creepy looking thing did fly away already, so hopefully it's not that thing's babies.
Ugh.
Yeah, Tyr's just gonna make
I can
notice
do
that, guys, I'm not in a state to be able to do some combat tonight. So
Yeah. You want me to become a war horse and you can ride me?
um uh um uh I still don't know how good I'll be.
Yeah, but then you'll feel like, oh, look at me, I'm Tyr. I go into battle on a horseback. Just don't look under the covers because I don't feel so great. It's okay. You don't have to, but it was just a
Look
suggestion.
big and scary. I'm on board.
Well, I figured if nothing else, it'd at least help us get to this carriage a little bit quicker.
Yeah, just look scary. We'll be fine. All right, we're gonna start trudging through the woods here to get over there. Think we should go check it out.
Sure. We're still not
Seems
seeing
like
anything
a
on the
better
screen,
idea.
right?
Correct.
We're still in the wrong
Okay,
area.
just making sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, there's a couple things that I will want to get to before I show you guys the next section here. So,
That's fair.
yeah, on your guys' way there, you do. I mean, you're making your way through this wood, but like, it's very dense. Lots of these trees are very large, so lots of uprooted kind of branches and different roots and things like that are very much kind of in the way, and it slows you down a little bit, but you do every once in a while find like actual paths. And I say paths, it's kind of foot worn paths, right? These aren't like cleared out trees with roads or anything, but like definitely beaten down enough that like you could pretty comfortably traverse this. So I guess what I need to know is, are you guys going to kind of take the path in that loose direction, or are you going to continue straight through the woods, knowingly moving a little bit slower, but you are kind of traversing this area in more of a direct line there?
I'm gonna ask Clapperclaw for his advice. Hey, buddy, you know this area a little bit better than us. I am concerned about what is or is not living or may not be living very long in that carriage. But look, I think you're our best guide, and I trust you. What do you think we should do?
He kind of points to the paths, and he goes, "Well, I was always taught to stay on the path. There's lots of things in the woods, centaurs and dryads and red caps, and there's a lot of things out here that I was told that I need to stay away from so I don't get hurt. But I mean, you guys." As he kind of like looks around and then kind of his shoulders slump a little bit when he gets a tear. You guys are pretty strong. I mean, you'd probably be okay.
Who told you to stay away from these creatures?
He kind of sighs a little bit, and like you could see like his body kind of betrays him a little bit as he goes, "The other kids, I still feel bad I left them behind."
It's okay. We're going to help them as soon as we can, so you don't have to feel bad about that. Maybe we should stick to the paths as often as possible. Like, I know we want to get there fast, but maybe the best idea is maybe taking the paths will get us there a lot quicker. Because if we run into something bad, then that's going to just slow us down.
I'm gonna look back at Tyr and feel a little bad and say, "Yeah, I want my Tyr to come out of this all right."
Thank you.
Of course, you got to teach me how to cook. I hear you make a mean lizard stew.
And turtle soup.
Oh, I'm excited, buddy. Just keep thinking about that, and we'll get through today.
Absolutely.
Oz, Elfie, what do you think?
Yeah, let's stay on the path.
A path.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, you stick to the path. It's a little easier to traverse. So you are moving a little bit quicker. Obviously,
Hold
you're
on.
still hindered.
How much quicker are we doing it if I link arms? I got Liam in one arm and I got Clapperclaw on the other, and I go, "We're off to find the carriage, the magical carriage."
Tell you what, I'll let you roll a luck roll. D100. You call it. If you're right, we'll say that Tyr's feeling a little inspired and he starts moving a little quicker.
Oh, good luck.
Pray. Do we go high or low? High or low? First person in
Uh-huh.
chat to say high or low. I vote they move slower. Brad, I vote you low. All right, so we're going high. Perfect.
God damn.
And it's
Oh
low.
I burn an inspiration.
That feels
I
real
burn my
bad.
inspiration for it. Reroll it.
Inspiration. You know
You
what? We're
call
going freaking low. I'm going low.
Swear to God.
Please.
One. Not one.
I want you to know, Brad, just for
Thank you for that,
for you to
Elfie.
feel good, Brad. She rolled a 2.
Yeah, you guys can't see it, but I rolled a 2 for the
Yeah.
first one and a 20 on the second. So
Real
Yeah.
quick, if I could, sorry, Ace. If
No,
when
go
I'm
ahead.
on the RP screen, I know you guys can't see, but if we could like just get in the habit of call out our rolls for people. Who are
sorry.
watching.
Yeah.
no,
I
it's all
forgot that
good.
we're not on that.
Yeah, it's all good.
Actually, while I'm thinking about it, I think we can safely move here
You
now, which is,
Oh.
you know, a little bit to look at. Again, we're not going to do a whole lot here, but, you know, something to kind of have as you guys look around. But yeah, so Tears, you know, kind of a little bit inspired by all of this. And, you know, he's still pretty worn out, but like he gets a little more pep in his step as you guys, you know, do pick up just a little bit. But the entire time that Kaylin is singing, I think it's kind of cut short when out in front of you guys a little ways, you see a pack of blink dogs who are kind of sitting in a circle, and several of them kind of have this kind of low howl that is happening right now. And I think Clapperclaw specifically stops all of you guys, like kind of steps out in front and spreads his arm out to stop everybody as he kind of turns around and puts a claw over what his would-be mouth as he just, shh, we gotta be respectful.
Okay, absolutely. What other customs are there of the blink dogs?
As he kind of shakes his head a little bit and just kind of gestures towards them as he kind of like he slowly leads you guys just with like a kind of gentle, you know, gesture to move forward a little bit before stopping you guys again. As you see, you get close enough to realize that there's a total of 7 dogs around this shallow grave of another dog that is being buried there. And you can see that they're kind of in some form of, you know, ritual, be it, you know, funeral, be it whatever it would be for them, whatever you guys interpret that as. But like clearly they're mourning the loss of a friend. And Clapperclaw just kind of, you know, he dips his head a little bit and just kind of waits and stands there. Again, not getting too close, but like he kind of just gestures to you guys to kind of keep it down a little bit as they seem to be doing their thing.
Yeah, I mean, I trust Clapperclaw, so I think that I would follow his example.
Mhm. Do you know if there's any like, do they like it if you like lay flowers on their grave or anything? Or is it just be quiet and stay out?
He kind of shrugs his shoulders a little bit and shakes his head. He goes, you know, I don't really know. We didn't see him around much, but only a couple times have we ever even seen him close to Loom Lurch. But we were always told that they stick together like a family, and that they're very protective of their family. And we were always supposed to respect them, because if we don't, then they get upset. But if we just, you know, give them a little decency, they were always kind to us. And sometimes they'd play with us at Loom Lurch, but well, Granny was never happy about that. But they, as far as what they actually do, I don't really know.
I think we should pay our respects if they are meant to be respected.
Yeah, I agree. I guess we'll kind of slowly and like kind of head bowed. I'm gonna pull out of my bag. I had picked up some dried flowers when I picked up Sir Talavar, and I'll pick up one of the dried flowers and try to quietly approach, but not bother them. Just stand behind, and I'm going to say a little prayer under my breath.
Yeah, and I think after just a minute or so, you still watch as like a few of the blink dogs they stand and kind of make their way off just up the trail a little bit as they kind of lay down and kind of together and seemingly socializing after the fact. As a couple of them have noticed you guys and kind of make their way over and. The would-be leader of them kind of approaches before sitting down with a solemn nod to say, he goes, we certainly appreciate you guys giving us some time. Please, by all means, we don't mean to hold you up, but it really means a lot that we were able to carry this out in peace. And, well, it was an unfortunate accident, but it means a lot to us that we were able to lay him to rest where he would appreciate.
Elfie's gonna lean over to Liam and whisper and be like, "Y'all see the dog talking too, right?"
Yeah.
If there's mushrooms, I wasn't sure.
I'm honestly not even surprised anymore.
I mean, right,
Thank.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Absolutely. We actually have been looking for a place to bury someone as well, and if you want to talk about them, I know sometimes, obviously, we didn't know them, but sometimes after someone's passed, just getting to share their story with other people can be healing.
Yeah, and he kind of nods a little bit. He goes, I think that's what we're gonna do. And he goes, I appreciate the offer, but I think it would be better served with the people who were here and knew him a little better. As he kind of glances over his shoulder as like the rest of the pack is kind of culminated in a circle and like you can just in the distance some of them kind of have like that low kind of whine that dogs are capable of and you could tell like there's clearly a lot of emotion happening within them. But he turns to you guys and he goes, if I can, at the very least, so we don't have to see anybody else deal with this. Please, please, please stay away from Loomlurch.
Yeah. And I'm just going to turn back and look at Tyr and say,
And he nods and he goes,
Say it.
I'm just going to say, that's what I say.
Oh,
and he kind of nods and he goes, and listen, I feel like you guys are more than capable, but Granny Nightshade's she's got a lot of tricks up her sleeve. We were out playing with the children, as we have many times before, when all of a sudden the scarecrows started moving and they lashed out at us, and there was no way for any of us to get away fast enough. And well, and he kind of like glances halfway over his shoulder towards where the grave is, and one of us made sure that the rest of us got out safe. And there's no way we can ever repay that, but those things are dangerous. They are so incredible. They make it look like with the market out in front that everything's rainbows and sunshine, but that's not the case. She's got a lot of secrets back there, and there's that pile of weeds that has always smelled off to me, and I don't trust it. We always kept the kids away from it, and it made me uncomfortable. And she's got those birds that she throws out that carry her messages. They act as her eyes.
Elfie's gonna kind of like shimmy over and kind of like stand directly in front of Clapperclaw as the word scarecrow comes out of his mouth.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so Oz will step up to the dog and kind of kneel down, and he'll say, "We don't want to get anybody hurt, but we can't stay away from Loomlurch. Um, is us going there going to put you or anyone else at risk?
Kind of shakes his head. He goes, "Well, certainly not us. After this, we have no intention of going back to Loomlurch. That said, I don't think anybody directly would be in danger. I mean, there's the children there, but Granny knows she can't lay a finger on them. Prismere won't allow it, so I don't think they'll be directly in danger. But I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that she won't yell at them or what have you. I mean, they're just kids after all."
Well, we appreciate you taking this time during your morning to help explain to us, I guess, the ways of things around here. That's been incredibly helpful.
He kind of nods. He goes, I hope that you all stay safe. If you insist on going there, please don't trust anything there. She thrives on the unexpected and fear, and it's what she uses to control everybody that she does.
Well, I do want to warn you in return, give you some information. Maybe you're familiar with it, but I saw a very large green dragon-like creature earlier. It didn't look very friendly. Looked like it was either chasing a carriage or something. A really beautiful carriage. Not sure about survivors. We're getting there, but in case you weren't aware, it didn't look very friendly. So I just wanted to warn you about that.
Oh, we're familiar. If it's in the area, we're probably going to get moving. As he kind of like turns and, without even a noise, just kind of gives like a knowing look as you see the rest of them like quickly make their way to their feet and are now like arguably standing in like a formation, ready to move at this point. He goes, "If you'll excuse me, if that's the case, I think it's best that we all move pretty quickly to get out of here."
Don't go north. That's the last way I saw it go.
He nods. He goes, "That doesn't surprise me. We think it stays in the palace, but we try not to get too close to actually figure out where it is. But when it hunts for a while."
Any other tips on dealing with it?
He kind of shakes his head. He goes, "Unfortunately, we haven't. We just try and stay hidden."
It's fair. Well, thank you. Anyone else before? I don't want to keep them, obviously.
No, I think if we're gonna find out if somebody's hurt, then we should go as quick as we
We
can.
should probably get going too. I agree.
And I think just with a knowing nod, the lead dog there kind of just says, "Please stay safe," as he kind of turns and heads off. And as he passes by the grave, you see him kind of dip his head and push like a last little bit of dirt onto the grave with his nose before you watch the remaining pack like quickly sprint off into the woods and are kind of lost in the shadow before too long, as you guys are then free to move on. And unless anybody has objections, yeah, feel free.
I was just gonna say before we do, Cheers gonna just walk up to the grave and just kind of place a hand on it and just look at it for a second in silence and then get up.
And I think in that brief moment where Tyr walks over there, I think Clapperclaw kind of walks up to Liam and like you're just real quiet, kind of head down, doesn't even look at Liam like specifically. He just kind of walks up and he goes, "Those dogs seem kind of sad like you are. Did you lose somebody?"
Yes. I think it takes him a minute to get it out, but he finally just says, "Yeah."
And I think even with like a childlike innocence, he just kind of nods and leaves it at that. He doesn't really pry. He kind of nods and then kind of looks to everybody else and goes, "Well, we should probably keep going. They said it's not safe here, so."
Yeah.
Agreed.
I'm gonna check in with Liam. I'm gonna walk up a little bit closer and just grab his hand and say, in his head, "You don't have to say anything, but just know I'm here."
Yeah, and I think he says, I want to tell you, but maybe we should see if they're okay first.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you guys travel on a little further, and before too long, you do come up to this kind of, not necessarily clearing, but kind of opening in the canopy that is the forest, as like clearly a bunch of branches have been broken and the sun's kind of shining down. It's kind of, late afternoon at this point. And so you can kind of see the rays of the sun kind of breaking through the trees as you see it almost, Quest in a video game, lighting up this carriage that is laid on its side, kind of just sitting there in the woods.
Just for clarity's sake, on the map, is that the woods on the left, like the weird tree things, or is that different?
So on the map, all of this green is trees.
Oh, that's not grass.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
trees. Okay.
Yeah, no, this is like one giant canopy of like
Got
a
it.
super dense forest.
Cool.
Oh,
Okay.
Amazon.
So we're coming up to the clearing. That's like this thing.
No, actually, you're not even
oh.
there.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. All right.
All right.
We're
Well,
still
Oz
in
is
the
going to
Hello?
give himself. Oz is
Anybody in
going to give
trouble?
himself guidance and take a good scan of the distance to make sure it doesn't look like a setup or ambush.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. And so I guess I'm going to say give me like perception or survival, whatever kind of fits for you.
And we'll go perception. Will be here. And that is 13 plus my guidance, which is a 4. And that's a 3, so 16.
So with a 16, you do notice kind of hidden just beyond the tree line, behind the chariot, or the carriage, if you will, is this set of these kind of piercing, glowing eyes that you can kind of just catch the kind of like mirrored reflection beyond.
All right, he's going to say, "Stop, guys. Do you see the eyes in the woods?" And point it out across the way. And how far away is that?
So I'm going to say you guys are probably 30, 40 feet from the chariot, and this thing's probably another 20 or so feet beyond that in the tree line.
Okay.
And is it? So it is within range. Would you be okay if I try to let it know we're friends? In its head? You could too, actually. You've got your helm. You're like me now. Us. We can like conference call people now. Sorry, this is unrelated. Do you want to try out the new telepathy?
It might
No.
be mad if I try to do it, but I think you can do it without making people mad.
I can.
Yeah, maybe that's how we do it then.
All right. Then I'm going to go into my little state and I'm going to say, we saw you got dropped by a big old dragon thingy, and I hope if you're okay, if you need help, make a nice sound. If you don't want us here.
No, if we're going to talk to it, we could just talk to it too.
Yeah, well, given those instructions, you hear this kind of booming roar that kind of floods the woods as, birds scatter and there's like a sudden rustle as everything kind of takes off from the area.
Booming roar. Can I run a history check on that, or arcana, or animal handling, or a... I don't know.
If you
what
want to give me animal handling, that's fine.
Okay, so it is animal. 15.
You're doing an awful roll, and I'm gonna put this on the map screen so people can see.
Yeah, so
Thanks.
I think with a 15, I think you would probably like with the duration of it, you'd probably get the idea that it's like a bear.
Mm.
Hold on, I could be a bear too. That's another one of my forms. I'm not gonna waste a wild shape on it, but I am gonna like speak in like druidic speak and be like, hello, my name's Kaylin.
You're fucking Dory now.
Yeah, you're
So-
doing great, Dor.
It's okay. I
Would
speak
deep
whale.
speech resemble a bear or no? I don't know what deep speech is.
I think I have Sylvan, if that is actually what they speak.
God.
I have Sylvan, if that's closer to what they speak.
Oh, he's just gonna like put his hand on his head
So-
and just be like.
I am going to need you to clarify which of those two you use.
Oh, interesting. Druidic or Sylvan? Let's go with druidic first. Let's try druidic because that's like generally gentle, friendly, kind. Animal, not fey, right? Because fey. Hold on, is fey? Now I can't remember which one Sylvan is. Sylvan's for like fey creatures, right? Or Sylvan also for other creatures.
Right?
No,
I mean,
Caleb
it's
can't
for
remember.
others, but like, I mean, I think
Okay.
Sylvan specifically leans into like Elven realm and things like that.
Oh God, what kind of a creature is this? I'm gonna go druidic. We're gonna go druidic and hope.
Final answer.
Final answer.
Yeah, and I think as you kind of call out, you guys see the eyes kind of disappear as there's a small rustling, as it seemingly has kind of rushed off
No,
somewhere.
no. Okay, can I try it in Sylvan? Hello, I'm so sorry.
And I think as you do, there is kind of like you hear some like twigs and branches break as it stops, and after a brief moment, just enough to kind of come into the light, you guys see this small juvenile face of this owl bear.
It's an owl bear.
It's Chuck.
Yeah, last time I ran on one of these, I killed it.
And as the owl bear makes its way out, you can see it's wearing this incredibly elaborate, like handmade harness that is very decorative, very regal. Like this thing is clearly tied to somebody in some fashion.
All right, well, Oz heard her speak in Sylvan, and he will say in Sylvan, "Hello, friend."
As you do, this owl bear kind of like timidly moves up, and like you can see the entire time, almost animal instincts have taken over as this thing is like actively watching the sky before it kind of like dashes through the light to the other side of the woods that you guys are on. As it gets like real low to the ground, and you can see it like very actively sniffing the air as it kind of like creeps towards you guys.
Do you
So
guys?
was it you the dragon thing was hunting? We thought somebody over here might be in trouble, so came to check it out.
You see, like, it gets just close enough to you guys before it kind of lays almost all the way down and kind of ducks its head down a little bit, just kind of acknowledging you guys. But, like, obviously, with the size of these things, even though you can tell this one's a little bit younger, it's trying its best not to be threatening. But, like, you can see it's also still kind of glancing up the entire time.
Oh,
All
I'm
right, well, Oz
scared.
will do the same and kind of like kneel down so he's not threatening, and turn to Tyr and say, "Get down."
Okay.
Can
Tyr just
I-
kind of drops down to his knees just to. And then also Tyr will take the battle axe like off of his back and put it on the ground.
Yeah, and Oz, I think from your perspective, you can see this bridle that exists around this thing's neck. And you can see this little picture of like a small branch with some berries on it. And almost that of a name tag, you can see the name Juniper is written on it.
Is Juniper your writer?
Doesn't really, I think it responds more when you say the name Juniper, as it kind of looks up at you and like reaches its head out a little bit, kind of towards your hand, but like still a little timid of what's happening.
Yeah, can we help you find Juniper? Was Juniper with you when the carriage was destroyed?
And again, as you say the name again and again, it kind of like is a little eager and is like now trying to like crawl towards you, but stay laying down. Think like over eager puppy that is like
Oh.
desperately trying to get attention at this point and like moving towards you. And so like it's just kind of very slowly kind of crawling and making its way just a little bit. And just
You,
far
Juniper?
enough until it can get its head into your hand and is like almost using your hand to pet itself now.
Oh yeah. So Oz will just start going. Weird. So is this something that like has a mount on it, like a seat, or is it just pull things? What is the?
So I will actually show you guys this picture. Not quite in this state, but so you guys have a little better idea of what you're looking at.
I think it was the thing pulling. Yeah, it was like the horse of the carriage, basically.
I was really hoping the carriage was
Oh.
going to be a pumpkin.
Oh, that would be cute.
Okay.
So
So we can hook that
Tears.
carriage back up to this thing.
And put tear inside.
Y'all, we are not
Gladiator.
immediately making it work again. Hold on, can we
Uh,
get a
Juniper.
ration or something? I know, but Juniper's scared. Can we get it into the woods? Juniper, are you okay?
Well, I
I was
think
thinking
Tier's
Juniper
going to reach
Road.
out to Oz or Kaylin, either one, and just because he can't speak the same language, and say, see if the owlbear, or do I know it's an owlbear?
Yeah, I think you would recognize it as an
Okay.
owlbear.
See if the
distinct.
owlbear has any like emotions to the word Sir Talavar.
Hold on, can we get it in a safe place first? I don't like being out here in the open.
Yeah, I
Alright.
know, absolutely.
Let's get
Okay.
back under cover then.
I'm gonna pull out like a ration from my bag and be like, Juniper, are you hungry?
Give me an animal handling check as I think all of you kind of see Juniper moves a little bit towards Kaylin, but also it continually turns back and takes a step towards the carriage. Like it is very hesitant to walk away.
Interesting.
With a 19, I do think it inevitably follows you, but like follows you long enough to get the ration before turning back to look at the carriage. Like it doesn't leave you, but like it's very much looking that way still.
If I
Okay,
could.
Okay, you really want to
Oh.
go there?
Sorry.
Yeah, please go.
Beeline to the carriage.
Sorry, what was that, Oz?
Check it out. Oz is just going straight to the carriage. The chariot.
Yeah. So you go check out this chariot and you can see like the wheels kind of been broke off the axle a little bit, probably from the fall. You can see like there's some deep gouges in the side of it. Seemingly some kind of claw or teeth have like dug into the side of this thing that have left these like deep gashes that are kind of along the edges of it. Other than that, it does look like it's pretty intact. The few things that you I think very specifically notice about this though are the kind of elaborate pattern, if you will, as far as this kind of ornate inlaid like painted on gold or what have you, that like clearly somebody's put a lot of work into this. But also I think especially from your background, you can also tell that like the inside of this thing is like incredibly well cushioned, and like this thing is definitely made for a higher class person and not just some run of the mill convenience that they're using to pull stuff around with.
But just to be clear, that is like the right size of the carriage, right? So like owlbear's pretty big, so it's a pretty big carriage. Okay.
Yeah,
so
it's
not
pretty
like a
decent size. You could probably get like 2 solid people in there pretty comfortably.
But yeah, I'll go ahead. I will go ahead and ask. Does Sir Talavar mean anything to you?
And I don't think you get as much of a response. I think she more just turns to you and is like kind of excited that somebody's giving her attention, as she just like, happy go lucky, kind of just like off in like her own little world. Doesn't really seem to be so much invested in what you say, but like the fact that you're talking to her is enough to make her happy.
Okay, yeah. So Tyr's gonna like, Kaylin,
Mhm.
anything from that?
No, I don't think.
Oh,
I don't think she knew him.
oh, that's a bummer.
I know. Maybe it's for the best though, because we'd have to tell her something bad.
Oh, well,
There
true.
Yeah, are there signs of like footprints or anything else? Like anybody else that has been here?
No, not a soul.
All right. All right,
Okay,
guys
if
wanna
you
pull
can
us into the
understand
woods
me,
here, so
you're gonna show an image in my head. I know this is gonna creep you out a little bit. You probably never had anybody in your head, but I'm gonna come into your head with consent. Growl once if it's okay. You show me, what does the little creature that you are looking for from your carriage look like?
Yeah. So just before we gloss over it, what were you saying,
Oh,
Oz?
sorry.
just first looking for footprints or anything, but also going to ask if we could pull the chariot into the woods so Juniper would follow us.
Yeah, I mean, again, so it's got a broken wheel, but I do think you guys, if you wanted to take a little bit of time, could definitely move this thing into the woods a little bit.
Do I see all the pieces of the wheel?
Yeah, and so the wheel's actually there. It's actually like the axle that's broke. So the one wheel is kind of just, pretty severely ajar and not actually supporting it at the moment.
Can I mend it?
I tell you what, give me a performance check, and we'll see if you can, because like this is a pretty large thing. You're not just fixing, a scratch in the wall kind of
Yeah.
thing. So I mean, we'll give it a chance.
Can I
gonna-
give him?
With
I'm gonna
guidance?
see him do it, and I was gonna say put the guidance on him.
Yeah, if somebody wants to do guidance, I'm here for it.
Guidance.
I take the help action.
Okay, performance check.
Everybody's got
20
hands on him.
Without guidance, do I need to roll
Hell
guidance?
yeah, let's go.
Yeah, so I do think it'll take you a little bit of time. Maybe you need to mend like a couple times, so you're doing it kind of bit by bit. But I do think you're able to, with the assistance of everybody kind of lifting it up and what have you, eventually you are able to kind of repair this thing enough that it is functional. That's it, Kaylin. As you peer into this thing's mind, I think you are kind of almost immediately knocked backwards, breath shaken from you, as you do see an image that looks incredibly familiar to you alone, of a single individual. And I think that's kind of the last thing that you expected to see in that moment.
Yup. Okay. Well, you said curveballs.
And I think even after that moment, after you've had like that kind of connection, this entire time, Juniper is like actively kind of like sniffing at your hand, kind of nudging at you, like almost overly friendly at this point.
I'm gonna bend down and say, "Thank you for caring. I'm okay, I promise."
And she kind of just like almost lays down and like kind of puts her head against you, like kind of bracing you in a way, to kind of support you and what have you the best she can. Like very clearly aware of her size and like the danger that she could impose, and is like very cautious of that.
Where were you taking this friend?
And I think regardless of her actions, or even if you were to try and see what she pictures, she has no idea. I mean, it's just that person that she's kind of solely focused on. And I think looking in her eyes, like you wouldn't even need any sort of like telepathic link. Looking in her eyes, you could genuinely see like that's the one thing that she's concerned about right now.
I don't think Kaylin says anything. I think she's just quiet,
Yeah.
quiet understanding.
You look shook. What happened?
I don't think we're gonna find the writer.
Well, that's mysterious.
Why not?
Well, why?
Do you think the dragon got him?
Not a dragon, although some dragons have 3 heads.
Three heads.
We talking like a Hydra here?
No,
3 eggs.
Cerberus?
I mean, chicken feet have 3 feet, don't they?
Baba Yaga?
No, not her.
Hey, don't start quacking again.
It's not quacking.
Clucking.
Quacking, thank you. Whole different animal. I'm concerned about your animal handling, Oz. Have you ever seen a duck?
Okay.
Fate is a liar dressed in longing. When the dust settles, we will know. For now, she's safe enough. And that's all I'll say.
Well, obviously it sucks that we couldn't find whoever was riding it, but at least we saved Juniper here.
Yes, Juniper. I think she'll make a wonderful companion. Would you like to come with us, Juniper?
Yeah, and I think she almost instinctively, now that some of the others have kind of repaired the chariot and what have you, with that offer, she almost immediately like runs over there and sits down, like waiting to be hitched to this thing, and like just eagerly is looking at you guys, like waiting. Like you get the feeling she has done this so many times before that I think of it like a sled dog, right? Like they are so excited to do their one thing, and she is just eagerly sitting there waiting for anybody to hook her up to the chariot.
All right, Tyr, I think we found your ride.
I was,
Yeah.
okay. So Tyr was gonna walk behind Kylie and just kind of quickly like tap on the shoulder, like,
Please. Yeah. Go on in, buddy. Go on in.
"Can I ride it?"
Clapper Claw in animal form, I swear, just wants to help.
Yeah.
Well, I was about to say, I was like, is Clapperclaw like, can I get in this
I was just gonna say, Tyr is like asking Kaylin. Meanwhile, Clapperclaw is doing his best to climb into this chariot, even though he's not quite tall enough to make it in there.
So Tyr's gonna walk up to the chariot, pick Clapper Claw up, throw him on the shoulder right quick. Like not like over his shoulder, but like where he's sitting on my shoulder, and we're just gonna kind of get in, and I'm gonna put him back down.
And like immediately as Clapperclaw is set down, mind you, Juniper's not even hooked up to this thing yet, but Clapperclaw is immediately sitting back there going, yeah, let's go, come on, here we go.
Clapper Claw, we're not ready yet.
Maybe we should
listen. I'm excited too, but
let's try to hook this thing up. I don't know that I've ever done this before, so.
Hold on. Do we know that he still has the sending stone and one of you has the sending stone so we can find them if they go off too fast?
I do indeed still have the sending stone.
Again.
Okay, good. All right.
Clapper Claw, what do you do in an emergency?
He kind of like opens this big claw and he goes, never leave home without it. Well, I've never had it at home, but I got it.
That's right.
What do you do in an emergency, buddy?
Call 911, and he like immediately grabs it. Liam, 911, it's real bad.
It's just giant echo, but two sending still feel like static. Interference.
Oh, man.
Feedback.
Gosh.
Whatever word. I'm
This is
looking
great.
for.
Okay, well,
Alright, let's hook it up.
Yeah.
Healthy. Yeah, I guess we're gonna try and attach this thing to the harness.
Yeah, and I mean, again, she like is eagerly sat like in the perfect spot. That I mean, all you got to do is attach a couple of these kind of leather straps to the clearly open spots on this harness that she has, and I mean, she stands and she sits and like literally standing there waiting, like motionless, like on edge, like just waiting for her next instruction. As you know, she looks to you, the rest of you, like expecting something.
Wait, one question before you run off, because I'm kind of scared. Did she eat my rations or not?
She did. Yep.
Okay, so she is willing to eat rations. Okay.
I guess this leads us to our next kind of fork in the road here. What do we do next? I know that Loom Lurch is kind of on the docket here, but we do have a couple other things that we're kind of looking to do, right? Like, have we talked to the mushroom guy? Maybe
we haven't.
Maybe should see if he knows where we're at.
Are we able to interpret that this is a safe enough place to be without the thing flying around?
I feel like you would probably get the sense that this is not a safe place to be.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
Maybe we should use this carriage to get. Did we go off the path to get here?
A little ways. I mean, not like super far, but yeah, I mean, you definitely had to go off the path. Like this wasn't, landed back on the path. It was just kind of dropped into the woods. So
Yeah.
Would have been too convenient.
Well, maybe what we should do is go ahead and get going, but maybe it'd be worthwhile pulling Sporticus out and asking him if he knows where we're at.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Sporticus.
We talk on the walk.
Yep.
Sounds
yeah, and I
good.
think as you guys are kind of discussing it, I think Clapperclaw goes, well, I mean, if we're looking for something, I think we should go to Little Oak. Like, surely they know what's been going on here lately. I mean, it's been a while since I've been back, but I mean, they always know what was going on.
That's the treehouse encampment, right?
Yeah.
He kind of nods. He goes, yeah, I mean, we'll probably find Will there. Well, at least I was always told he lives there.
Okay, is that pretty close by?
Well, the thing about that is you can't really go to Little Oak.
Okay.
Hold on. Is it going to be a tree yet? Swear to God. Does it walk around? Is Little Oak a big oak that walks?
Yeah, sometimes, but usually
Okay,
only
yeah.
while everybody's sleeping to keep everyone safe. But like,
Okay, so
I
this
know
is happening.
roughly where they stay. Like, I mean, they don't go too far. They just move around so that Granny can't find them.
Oh, okay.
Okay, why not? What do you guys
Yeah.
think?
Yeah, let's do it.
If you think, can I just ask, the safety wise, my only concern, I am very concerned because Sporticus has a tendency to like throw himself into cauldrons and things. There's not many cauldrons that he could like, I don't know, self-sabotage himself on at Little Oak, right? So like if we just wait with him for a little while, he'll be fine, right?
He kind of shrugs. He goes, I don't know. I've never been there. That's where Will lives, and
Okay.
I've heard the Getaway Gang hangs out there, and I don't know. I thought it would be a cool place to go.
I think it's a super
idea,
cool
buddy.
place. I think we should go. You've convinced me again. You really should consider a career in.
Good idea.
She looks at Liam for an idea about like what's a career that requires high charisma because she doesn't have it.
You can be anything you want to be, buddy.
There you
He
go.
hops up on this nice like cushioned seat or whatever. As he puts his claws to his hips, he goes, "I'm gonna be a hero."
Yeah, you are. Absolutely.
My heart.
All right, hero, lead the way. Let's go.
And yeah, sure enough, he does lead you guys away from there. And Juniper is like very calm, patient, like not running off, like just step by step with the rest of you, very well natured, what have you, as he leads you guys towards this lake. And with that, I need everyone to make a perception check as you see this lake in the distance.
I kind of wish I'd taken the glasses that give you high. Oh, all right, that'll do.
Well, all right.
25.
14 for Oz.
Liam got 20.
You got
12 for me.
13.
Yeah, so Liam and Kaylin, the two of you notice that you guys have been walking for a minute. That lake doesn't seem to be getting any closer now.
Oh, no.
Like, even as you continue to walk after noticing this, the distance between you and the lake is exactly the same. Like, it's not shifting at all.
Hold up, guys. Y'all see that lake up there?
Well, I've
Yeah.
seen it for a little bit now.
Thought we were getting closer.
You notice that we haven't got any closer?
Well, no, I just said I thought we were getting closer. Are we not?
No.
Is this not? Do we have to get past the lake to get to Little Oak, if you remember?
And Clapperclaw kind of thinks for a second, goes, well, I mean, I don't know, but we were always told that the getaway gang is always by the Wayward Pool. So, like, I kind of expected to find them around here somewhere.
Okay. Well, I'm not exactly sure why we would be moving towards something but never getting any closer, so I'm just saying.
It's the lake, the Wayward Pool.
His Clapperclaw just kind of immediately nods. He goes, yeah, that's what they always called it.
Wayward Pool? Where'd you hear that?
He kind of like is almost ashamed as he lowers his head. Who was that loom lurch? Granny used to talk about it.
What did Granny say about it?
She said that she used to get real mad because she couldn't go there. She said that there was protection magic and she could never get in, and it made her real mad, and then she would yell and we would all go hide in the bedroom so that she didn't yell at us.
Interesting.
Well, do you know how to get past that magic? Because I think it might be keeping us out right now.
He kind of shakes his head. No, Granny never figured it out, and this is my first time being here.
Well, do you know if there's a way around?
He kind of shrugs. He goes, I mean, we could try and go around. As he kind of just like points to like the outer edge.
Well, unless somebody has an idea how we get through it, I guess that's our only option.
Can I do like an Arcana check or anything to see if I can sense like any magic like that's specifically keeping somebody out?
Yeah, go for it.
14.
You sense magic everywhere. Sorry.
Yeah, but so you do. I mean, it is an overwhelming sense of magic. However, this time in particular, it is a little different to you, as there is an unearthly level of magic coming from this pool. It is like borderline overwhelming, kind of crushing to a way. Like, this is a level of magic that you A, can't comprehend, but B, you would have previously believed to be impossible. Like, this is deity level magic that like is of a whole different level to you.
Do I sense like any any magic forces like repelling from anybody in the party that's keeping anyone specific away from the pool?
So I don't think it's so much anyone specific. You get the feeling that this is very much like a protection aura. Like, there is something here that is keeping everyone away from this place.
Elfie's gonna try and look cool to everybody. He's gonna like just put his hands together like this and just go, open sesame. And then be like, just look at everybody and go, I don't know what's going on.
And as you do, Juniper takes off running.
That's a
And
weird command word.
Yeah, it's
is-
weird.
he is actively running, and I think to Tyr and Clapperclaw, when the way she's running, like she is like an excited dog chasing after a ball at this point, right? It's not like a scared or like she's focused on any. She is now immediately like a distracted dog who is taking off like a bat out of hell running after something. I'm going to give Tyr the chance to give me a perception check. Unfortunately, he's going to be at disadvantage due to the exhaustion.
Oh,
Got a 10.
A 10 is enough to at least let you piece together that you see just out a little ways in front of Juniper, you see this small black figure sprinting just in front of her.
Cheers come back. Hey, hold up.
It's like she does everything she can to stop as like the chariot kind of bumps into her, so she's got to take like a couple more steps, but like she is like front paws down, butt in the air, like shaking her butt as she is so eagerly waiting to chase this thing, but like is trained well enough that she has stopped, but like she is like on a hair trigger to lurch after this thing right now.
Elfie feeling bad. I feel like he would have been chasing behind them as the chariot's running away.
Yeah, and I mean, arguably, she's only made it, maybe 60, 70 feet. Like she's fast, but not like crazy fast or anything. That said, you do kind of lose sight of the thing that she was chasing.
oh God.
Yeah, Cheers gonna hop on out of the carriage and kind of go up to her and be like, you okay, miss?
As she's like, I mean, borderline tongue hanging out as she's like over the moon excited, but like she is doing everything she can not to break eye contact with what's in front of her. I think so much so that you get the idea that she can still see whatever it is that she was chasing.
What's up there?
And in the meantime, Clapperclaw has climbed over the front of the chariot and like climbed onto Juniper's back. Is like, yeah, Juniper, what is up there? Should we get it? Do we need to go after it? And like, it's only egging her on to a point where like she's getting more excited as like she is like her whole body is starting to wiggle right now as she's like eagerly waiting to jump forward.
Elfie seeing this is gonna
Here's
jump
gonna
in.
like reach over to the out to Juniper and be like, hey, it's okay,
Give me
Elfie's gonna jump
an
into
animal handling check at disadvantage, but go ahead, Fox.
I'm gonna jump into the back of the carriage. That way, someone has their hands on the reins just in case.
I got 10 again. Wish I could took the 19 I rolled though.
Yeah, with a 10, I mean, like you could tell again, she's young, right? So she's really, really trying to control herself. But like, whatever it is, like she is very eagerly like watching this, whatever this thing is.
I'm gonna go ahead and cast Fairy Fire, wherever like the approximate where it looks where her eyes are looking. It's like a 20-foot cube that should make it for the duration. Objects and affected creatures in the cube shed dim light in a 10-foot radius and can't benefit from the invisible condition.
Yeah, and you see this small black kitten that is kind of cowering under a root. She's kind of just tucked herself away in there and is like clearly trying to remain hidden right now, but she's very much like kind of sheltered away, like, again, scared cat, doesn't want to be close, like definitely reactive to being chased.
We're gonna have enough animals to start a petting zoo here in a minute.
We're gonna have so many creatures. And I'm gonna guess, is it a little displacer beast? Does it remind me of a Durla?
Absolutely does.
Oh God!
Hold on, I gotta open my notes. I gotta open my notes.
Didn't she lose her baby?
She sure did. Okay, where are my Durla notes?
Durla Jr., is that you?
Durla the cat lost her daughter. She has a little crystal ball. I'm gonna go ahead. Oh god, I hope this doesn't end poorly. I'm gonna press to digitate my memory of the crystal ball that Durla showed us that she said was really sentimental to her.
Yeah, and as you do, this small kitten kind of slowly crawls her way out and kind of putting her head like way up in the air, keeping her body low, sniffing at the air, and then kind of like you can see her eyes furrow just a little bit as she kind of like the hair stands up on the back of her neck. And she goes, that's not mine. That's not right. As she then again takes off running into the woods.
Damn it. Shit. I'm sorry, guys.
No, Durla.
It's not Durla, it's Durla's kid.
Should we go after it?
Elfie's going to use thaumaturgy while it's running away to triple his voice and be like, we know your mom.
Yeah, and she keeps on running.
Should we go after her?
We should.
In a comforting way.
Back here with this owlbear.
I'm not going to be able to chase, though, so I'm going to wait right here with Juniper.
Elfie's going to hand the reins over to Tyr as he gets out of the carriage to join in chase of Durla's cub.
Do you think that if I turned into a cat, it would help?
Maybe.
Is it worth it? Heck, I'm doing it. All right, I'm going to do cat.
I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it.
Meow.
Okay, so are we? Is Tyr staying behind?
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to chase.
Yeah, that's fair.
Why don't we
4
also?
levels exhaustion still killing me.
We'll say like, maybe we try to talk Clapperclaw into staying behind. Who all's going after the cat then?
I'm down to go after with Kaylin.
Yeah.
That'll be
Me
making
and
a lot of
Elfie and
noise,
are you coming, Liam?
romping around.
What was that? Sorry.
Are you coming with us, Liam?
I mean, I'm down. I was just double checking who all was going, who wasn't.
Yep, I think it's the 3 of us. Elfie, you and me.
Yeah, I'll stay back with Tyr.
Great, third wheeling.
All right, let's go.
All right.
Yeah, so we'll kind of do. I'm going to call it like a group pursuit here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw it out to you guys to give me some kind of check that you want to make. I'm going to have you justify how you're going to use that skill to help you track and or keep up with this thing on whatever capacity you want. Nobody can you can't reuse something. So if somebody uses animal handling, you can't reuse animal handling. But we're going to have 3 successes. You guys manage to keep up with her. 3 fails. She gets away.
Got it.
Well, Kaylin just rolled a 25.
Yeah, I was going to use, so in my cat form, I have advantage on perception checks that rely on smell. So I'm going to try and track the smell.
Yeah, and 25, you're absolutely able to keep up for quite a while. Now, there's also a lot of other smells, so I think after a minute, it does kind of fade, but for a good bit, you guys are able to keep up with her. So we'll definitely count that as our first success.
Elfie's going to kind of keep eyes on the tracks on the ground and use an investigation check to try and keep up.
Okay, go for it.
20.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, 20 will keep you guys on the trail. Brings us around to Liam.
All right. Well, I'm going to do the only thing I'm good at and try to persuade the cat to slow down. But please, I promise we met your mom at the carnival. We're friends, I promise. 22.
22.
Oh my god, look at us.
Damn.
Holy shit.
Incredible. Incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. With a 22, you guys keep up with her, and she does disappear just at the end of the trail, but only because you guys come upon a different site.
Oh,
God.
no.
Oh, no.
We kept up with her. How far away for? Oh,
Is you guys come upon this large lurching tree with a treehouse on his back, and
Oh.
he's got a tire swing hanging and all these different ropes hanging off him. And as you guys approach, you see several small children scatter away, like almost reactively, instinctively. People have showed up and they've all ran and hid. And the only one left standing in front is the figure there you see on the left, who kind of crosses his arms and approaches you guys as the small kitten kind of runs and hides behind his leg. As he walks up, he goes, "Hey, what are you guys doing here?"
We're trying to save the little baby displacer beast.
He kind of looks
Really?
behind him. Star's not in trouble. She's just exploring. She does it all the time.
Yeah, sorry. We didn't mean to stumble upon your camp. So you see, we were at a carnival, and we met what we believe to be the little one's mom, and she was really worried about it. So we were just trying to explain that we knew her mom, and we know where she is.
Her mom? Like, you guys know she has a mom out there?
Yeah, her name's
I
Durla.
think so.
We believe, yeah.
And he kind of furrows his brow a little bit and he goes, "But Star's been here so long. How can a mom be out there and not look for her kid? Like, that doesn't seem right."
It's really really complicated, but she can't leave where she is now to come find her. She's kind of trapped where she is.
And he kind of like looks you guys up and down before he kind of takes a step back and turns, taking a knee, as he kind of looks down to Star and kind of pets her a little bit and he goes, "I don't know, Star. Doesn't seem right to me. What do you think about these people?" And Star kind of like looks you guys over. Her eyes get real narrow. She goes, "Well, that one did know what my ball looks like, but I don't know where she would have seen it because I don't even remember where I lost it." And I think the male figure there kind of takes a second and kind of nods. And I think the rest of you can kind of get the idea that there's a little more than what he's letting on at the moment before he stands and turns to you guys and goes, "Well, it seems like you guys all had the best intentions in mind. And, well, you've already figured out where we're staying for the night, so you guys might as well stay. The kids and I are going to cook some dinner here in a bit and what have you. You guys are welcome to stay. Please, don't feel obligated, but if you guys looking for a safe place to stay for the night, by all means. But I will say I've got some plans in the near future, so I can't promise that you'll be able to stay here very long."
So who was it that seen the poster outside the cave?
I was about to ask. I was like,
Yeah.
does this guy look like the guy in the wanted poster?
I saw the poster.
Okay,
Oh.
so we wouldn't know about it then. Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure.
We do have some friends that couldn't come very quickly. Is it okay if we bring them as well?
Kind of stops and puts his hand to his chin for a second, thinks, well, yeah, I guess. I mean, are you guys going to be able to find your way around? He kind of looks you over. You kind of look like city folk. I don't think you guys spent much time in the woods.
I'm not going to say anything because he is a city gay.
I'll admit that I'm not the most sure-footed in the forest, but is there a way that we can find our way back relatively easily?
He kind of turns and he goes, "Tell you what, why don't you guys have a seat? And he turns and he kind of does like the, the overly obnoxious, just a little bit too loud pinky whistle that people can do as he whistles. And a couple of the kids kind of are peering out from the tree house on top of this tree. And he yells out and he goes, "Hey, Sloan, why don't you and Star go find their friends and lead them back here while everybody else gets settled in?" And you see this little ginger wood elf as she kind of climbs out. She goes, "Okay, Will, I guess, but that means I don't have to do dishes tonight," as she kind of like stomps off a little bit before stopping and turning and goes, "Come on, Star, let's go find them," as the kitten kind of runs off and follows them off into the woods.
Real quick, is it possible for me to use the sending stones to let them know they're coming? Or
Yeah, if you want to.
okay, yeah. So Liam's gonna pull out the sending stone from the bag of holding and be like, "Clapper clock, can you hear me?"
And "I can hear you. Is it 911? Should we come running? I got it."
No, no, don't come running. So don't come running. There's gonna be a sorry.
Sorry.
There's gonna be a little girl, and the kitten's gonna come back to lead you guys to where we're at. We found a safe place to stay. We found Oak, whatever, Little Oak.
Little-
"Oh, yeah, okay. I'll see you guys soon." As he would then convey that information to Tyr and Oz, assuming that they weren't close enough to hear. But if they were, obviously everybody would be privy to that information.
Yep.
I'm
Absolutely.
slightly upset that these conversations are ending with over on each time that we've used the sending stones.
That said, while the kind of search party, if you will, is going out to find everybody, this guy does kind of turn to you guys. He goes, "Well, please come on. Why don't you guys make yourself at home? You can get settled in, and take a load off for a little while. Again, we don't necessarily got much, but we'll have a hot meal tonight, and you guys can stay here, and we kind of got a rotating watch, so everything will be safe. You guys will be able to get a good night's sleep and what have you." As he kind of leads you in, and in the process, you see several other kids have kind of made their way out of the treehouse and are now just actively running around playing.
What are Liam and Kaylin doing while this is going on? To kind of determine what I want to do.
Well, I guess at some point I'll come out of my wild shape.
Oh, I guess you are still a cat.
Actually, before I come out of my wild shape, can I like go up and like try and like befriend the kids? Because I figure the kids might want to like pet a cat, but maybe they're over cats because they have a displacer beast. I don't know. I'll just go up to a couple kids and go, "Meow," and like do the thing where like the cat will like rub its face and like butt kind of up to it.
Yeah, and I think in troves, overly excited kids, new thing to play with. They come running, and they are so eager to have a new person to play with and what have you. That I think a majority of them kind of flock around Kalen a little bit. That's it. In the same kind of moment, I think Liam specifically, you catch on to a couple kids that don't join that group. They're kind of sat off to the side doing their own thing. You see this small tiefling girl with a pan flute who is like kind of like, you can tell she's kind of struggling through it a little bit, and you see this younger dwarf who's like trying to kind of guide her and like teach her a little bit. But like you can tell she's kind of really struggling with it and kind of getting a little frustrated or what have you. But they're kind of off to the side. Elfie, you see, several other people on like rope swings that are like hanging from this tree that are, laughing, having a good, like they are almost a little bit too loud to a point where like it kind of throws you off just a little bit. Like usually, as somebody who's kind of a little more used to being by themselves, a little quiet, it's almost a little striking to have like this kind of commotion. But at the same time, you can kind of see this kind of, what I'm going to refer to as a family, right? Like they're all kind of watching out for each other and what have you, as all of these kids are kind of running around, like doing their own thing, right? Like there's nobody there telling them to do this or that, but like they're all just kind of scattered about doing their thing.
Yeah. So I mean, I think Liam probably would kind of meander over to where the dwarf and the tiefling. Or I think specifically, I think Liam's a little bit kind of shocked to see another tiefling here, right? And that really strikes him hard. So he probably wanders over there. He knows that Kalen's preoccupying some kids, and he says, "Excuse me" to Elfie, and then kind of walks over that way.
He kind of just like nods in knowing. And can I still see Will?
Yeah, and I think, in fact, Will has probably made his way loosely towards Kalen, and is just also playing with the kids. Trying to loosely come up with games. Like, obviously, they're not, packed with board games or stuff, but he's leading them around as they're playing tag and things of that nature.
Gotcha. I kind of want to have a conversation with Will, if I could.
Yeah. I mean, so I think if actively you sought out his attention or what have you, that is definitely something that you could get around to. I feel like in the moment you would probably give him a minute, as again he's trying to like not necessarily get the kids settled, but like kind of get them a little preoccupied as he's kind of getting them started on a game and what have you. In the meantime, Liam, are you approaching or are you just kind of observing?
I wouldn't want to like interrupt, but I do kind of want to like hear what they're saying. I think at first, just kind of see what's going on.
Yeah, and I think as you kind of make your way over there, the young dwarf is kind of helping this little tiefling girl. As he's like, no. So you gotta take a deep breath, but then you gotta let it out slowly so you can play more notes before you gotta pause again. And she's kind of like nodding, and you could tell she's got it like a little frustrated as like her hands can't quite reach all the way around the flute and what have you. She's kind of like trying to slide it back and forth, and like he's like, no. He's like trying to like kid to kid trying to teach her how to play this thing, but like the only way he can do it is like, here, you do it like this, as he kind of like pulls it from her hand and like plays it. Like, he's not great, he's a kid, but like he definitely has an idea of how to play it, and then he like hands it back to her. So like not even so much guiding her, but like just a kid like, look, I can do it, why can't you?
Yeah. So I think, and this is just a quick mechanical question. I can play those pipes without like using the magic, right?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Okay, so I feel like Liam probably pulls out the pipes and starts kind of like trying to play kind of a kid-friendly tune. He kind of would like approach like that, I think.
Sure, give me a performance check.
Holy moly, that's 11.
Yeah, so I think with an 11, you don't play so much as like an actual song or melody or anything like that, but like maybe like scales or something of that nature that's just kind of demonstrating you can play, and almost immediately both of them are kind of a little bit in awe as they run up and go, "Oh, you can play music too? We're trying to learn, but well, I mean, we only know what we know, and there's really nobody else here. Will doesn't seem to know, but I don't know. It's just, you ever hear music that's just so pretty, you feel like you're somewhere else, and it just kind of makes you feel certain things. Like, it's just the music alone. Sometimes it's happy and sometimes it's sad, but like, it's just music.
I think maybe Liam gets a little misty-eyed at that, and it's like, absolutely. That tells me that you've got the makings of a great musician in there, and he like maybe kind of pokes him right below the chest and the belly. And I'd love to show you guys some stuff if you'd like.
And like both of them are like kind of wide-eyed, and especially the small tiefling girl. She's like, "You think I could play music like that?" And she like almost hands the pipe up to you, and she's like, yeah, "Please, I want to know how to play so bad."
Yeah, and I think that he'd be more than happy to sit down with him and kind of run him through the same paces he was put through.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you guys kind of set aside, and you're able to spend a little bit of time working on that and what have you, and I think in the meantime, Will has kind of stepped back from some of the other kids as he kind of walks over towards Elfie, who's kind of a little bit by himself, what have you. As he walks over and kind of sits down next to him and goes, "So you not one for games, or what's going on?"
No, no, for games. I just was more curious. Where are all the parents?
He kind of, laces his fingers and looks down at his hands, kind of avoiding eye contact to a degree. He goes, truthfully, I wish I knew. Most of these guys came from, that tree that Granny lives in, and I helped them get out of there. And I don't really know where they're supposed to go, but I know they're happy here, and I, do what I can to keep them safe. Hell, I'd do anything to keep them safe, but I don't know where they're supposed to go, and I'm certainly not going to let them go off alone. And anything's got to be better than being in that tree with Granny Nightshade. So, we make the most of what we got.
Elfie, after hearing this, is going to kind of like look around. Do I see Ruben anywhere?
Give me a perception check.
17.
With the 17, you take some time to look around, and you don't see him anywhere.
I guess Will would probably see this like defeated look on my face for a second. Like, damn.
Kind of turns and were you looking for somebody? Like, do you have kids?
No, we were at this carnival, and we saw this kid get taken from, or I guess maybe it was a kid. I don't even know. Was it a kid or was it a halfling? Was it a
It was
halfling?
definitely a halfling. No, it was a full-grown halfling.
Poor guy.
Elfie has no idea what children look like. I swear to God. He thought that the goblin was a child too. He's gonna be like,
Elfie or Foxy?
both.
Yeah, I think
just
that's
think
the problem.
Small creature. Intern Elfie doesn't. Like in my mind, small creature equals child. And so, oh fuck. Okay. Be like, I was just, I don't know. I thought maybe this person we saw at the carnival would be here, but now that otherworldly forces are involved, I'm not 100% sure if he's gonna even be here. I'm not sure where he would have gone, but no, I just it's very very quickly just trying to change the subject off of what stupidity just occurred. He's gonna go. It's very nice what you're doing for these kids, though, giving them a safe place to be and protecting them from Granny Nightshade.
And he kind of looks off in the distance, kind of watching the kids play and, seeing Liam working with the music and, Kaylin running around as the cat. And yeah, I mean, it's something, but it's not enough. I got to do more, and I'm going to. As he kind of stands up and takes a deep sigh, as he kind of pats Elfie on the shoulder, he goes, "You should let loose a little bit. You'd be surprised what these kids can teach you," as he kind of makes his way over and goes to start playing with the kids and stuff. And I think eventually he's trying to like work towards giving Kaylin a break, as she's probably being assaulted by like every kid wanting to have a turn playing with the cat.
Yeah. At some point, I just unwild shape and I go, all right.
Just terrify all these
And like there's like a collective as like she's chased back, but like Will's quick to respond as he kind of herds them. He goes, "Come on, we gotta start getting dinner ready anyway," as he like starts to herd everybody. And like you see as like this kind of, I'm going to say, oiled machine, if you will, as these kids like, almost routinely like kind of have chores, as, like some of them start to get some dishes ready and some of them start to get some food ready. And like other ones seem like they're not so much involved with that part specifically, but like you kind of gather that like everybody has like their own job and they all know what their job is in that moment. So they're all kind of like going to work and helping to get things ready in that moment.
With what Will said to Elfie as his last thought in his head, he kind of just like looks around. Are there any children next to like fire, like campfire or bonfire kind of thing?
Yeah, in fact, I think you probably see as a few of these kids are now actively trying to light a fire, like they are setting out to be able to cook for the evening as they're kind of trying to get this situated.
Elfie will walk up to the children instead of just assuming that they need help, and ask them if they need assistance lighting a fire for dinner.
As the small kid looks up at you, and this small, like seemingly human child looks up and goes, "Yeah, you could try." As he hands you like this flint and steel, and he goes, "Will gave us these things. They suck. We spent so long trying to do this, and we just keep hitting it and hitting it and hitting it, and it doesn't do anything. And I don't know. We're just supposed to get the fire going, and we just want to cook. And well, anyway, you could try." Is he like just waitingly holding these out, waiting for you to take them from him?
Elfie's gonna look at these things really, really confused because, little unbeknownst to anybody, Elfie doesn't know how to light a fire without magic. So he's gonna be like, "Oh yes, fire starting tools. I definitely know how to use these." And then under his breath, he's gonna cast a create bonfire, very controlled bonfire, wherever they're trying to light the fire at.
Yeah, and so this bonfire kind of roars to life, and immediately the two kids that were working on it look at each other and go, "Oh yeah, done with chores already," and they kind of like high five, and they go to run off before the one turns around and goes, "Hey, thanks, mister. Now we get extra time to play." As they like go run off and like hop onto one of the swings and are like immediately haphazard, like giving up every responsibility they've had as they go to play.
God, they deserve it.
Elfie's just gonna smile and then kind of just like, I had a different plan in mind. I was gonna use thaumaturgy to play with the flames of the children, but instead I ended up
They're like,
no
"No."
responsibilities. So Elfie's gonna kind of just like look around and be like, "Well, I guess that's something." Just kind of see what else is where everybody else is at, I guess.
Yeah, and I do feel like probably around this time is when the rest of the group kind of is making their way back. They got the Chariot and Juniper and the rest of them, and even as they make their way in, there's like a handful of the kids who have like again given up on the chore they're supposed to be doing as they see this owl bear come walking into camp, as they all go running over and like are immediately like crawling on her and like hanging off of her fur and stuff. And like there's probably a moment for several of you where like you're a little concerned that they're like pulling on the hair of this owl bear, like, "Oh no, I don't want something bad to happen." But like almost immediately Juniper is like laying on the ground, like eagerly playing with these kids, like, but like also a little restrained in that she's still hooked up to the Chariot. But like the rest of you guys do make it back as all this is happening, and you guys are kind of free to go about camp.
All right, so where's everybody at, or what do we see when we come into this place?
Yeah, so for those of you guys who are just joining, I do think you see like several kids who are working with Will as they seem to be kind of cooking some food and or getting some food ready. You see another like long stretch of like a log that's been cut in half, that's been kind of makeshift into like a bench and or table that like some kids have set some plates out and stuff. They've also laid out like several blankets that like you can tell seem to be like kind of like a picnic blanket, that they kind of laid out for seating area and what have you. And like they're all kind of getting ready for them. The rest of everybody, I'll kind of leave that up to them as far as what they're doing.
I feel like the first thing anybody would realize as they come into camp is like Elfie's actually smiling, like watching all these children playing and like all this happiness like around, and Elfie's kind of just like enjoying it all, and kind of sees that everybody's coming back, and so he like runs over to the group, and first thing they're gonna notice is the owlbear, and he's just gonna unattach the harness so that she can be comfortable.
No.
Yeah, and like almost, immediately she's like rolling around with the kids and is rolled onto her back as the kids are like crawling on her. And like, they, again, to them, it's just a giant toy, but like clearly she's trained as she's like so delicate with each of these kids.
He's gonna give like a good scratch on the head and leave her to play with the kids.
I'm gonna probably go over to Liam. Oh, sorry, again.
say we've seen Will interacting with the kids, and it's kind. And I had noticed them before, right? Will on the sign.
Yeah, and so for Oz specifically, I think seeing Will in person, you have this kind of, I'm going to say this kind of sense of nostalgia or this whimsy where like you really feel like you've met this person before, maybe at like a, one of the several conferences or treaties that you had been to. But like obviously that couldn't be the case, right? Like this person is very much so in the Feywild. So like that wouldn't track, but like you do have this like certain like the more you look at him, you're like, man, I swear I've seen him before, but like at no point can you put your finger directly onto why this person looks so familiar to you.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm gonna walk up to him and just say, "You're Will, aren't you?"
And he kind of takes a step back and puffs out his chest. He goes, my reputation precedes me.
Yes, it does. We were hanging out with Nib and had you on a sign there. Looks like you're somebody doesn't like you around here, huh?
He kind of like half chuckles before he kind of, gets back to work, and like he's kind of cutting some food up and what have you yeah, well, Granny Nightshade's not a fan of, me helping the kids escape. And, the more kids I help get out, then the less people she has making toys for her. So, as far as I'm concerned, she can have 0 toys and we'll get all the kids out of there. But, well, it's going to take me a couple days before I can achieve that goal.
Just a couple? I think we're going to be making some enemies of Granny Nightshade here pretty soon too. So we might have something in common.
Kind of a little taken aback that you would even suggest that you guys are going to, be an adversary to her. He goes, listen, maybe we should talk a little bit after the kids go to bed tonight.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I had one more question because I just can't shake this feeling that besides the sign I've seen you at, you look so familiar. Have we met somewhere before?
Give me an insight check as he kind of takes a second to look over you before.
It's an 11.
Oof.
So with an 11, I do think you see just the slightest pause in his whole approach as he kind of looks you over, and he kind of thinks about it for a second. He goes, No, I don't think we've met before. He kind of has this, almost like slightly misty-eyed smile before he holds out his hand. He goes, but I'm Will of the Feywild, and truthfully, it's nice to meet you.
Oz will shake his hand and say, "Thanks, I'm Oz. Nice to meet you."
And the moment your hand touches his, you absolutely feel this sense of magic that kind of just emanates in the area. Almost, directly think of like, a glove being around your hand, as you kind of have this like certain sense of warmth that kind of radiates between the two of you. But, a handshake being fleeting, it quickly dissipates as he pulls his hand back and kind of goes back to work.
All right, we'll talk this evening.
He kind of glances up and goes, I look forward to it, but please, meantime, make yourself comfortable. We'll have some food ready shortly.
Can we help you with anything?
He kind of looks around and looks down the line and then looks forward to see, a handful of the kids have, entirely gotten away with not doing anything as they're out playing with Juniper. He goes, well, we are a little short-handed. He goes, if you're, good with a knife or good with a pan, as he gestures over towards the fire, he goes, we could use a little bit of help. We got a little bit of meat tonight and kind of going to put together like a mushroom stew. So,
All right. All right, well, point me in that direction and I'll help out wherever I can.
and he kind of gestures as he kind of directs you towards a couple kids who are over there. And like, it's taking like 3 kids to lift this giant, like, like vat of a pot that they're trying to lift over towards this fire that like Oz would have no problem lifting by himself, as like the kids are like almost in awe.
Oh my god! And runs over and grabs it.
Yeah, and like they are like almost in wonder watching him lift this thing as they've been like struggling with this thing, but they then kind of work with him to kind of help get all the ingredients in, and like some kids are cutting stuff up, so then they're just shuttling things back and forth. And again, it's this very rehearsed, like well-oiled machine where like all these kids are like so effortlessly working together as they all kind of work towards one goal.
All right, so I guess I'm just gonna hang out here helping them cook for a bit.
Okay, what about everybody?
Was Tyr close enough to hear that they were going to have mushroom stew?
Yeah, I think you're probably in the area.
Okay, so I'm going to walk up to Will, and I'm going to hand Will a list. Now, if I have to give you the list, I will, but not Will, but Will.
I will.
Oh god.
And I'm just going to say, can you get me these ingredients?
As Will takes a second and looks over this list and goes, "Ooh, that's a big ask. I, do you need a lot of this stuff?"
I need enough to cook for everybody tonight.
Ooh, okay. Tell you what, give me a minute and let me see what I can find. And with that, I'm gonna have Tyr give me an insight check at disadvantage.
Okay. Insight. At disadvantage roll. Can you give me something good? Okay, that's not bad. 16.
Yeah, so weirdly with a 16, you watch as Will kind of makes his way up into the treehouse before he comes back carrying this box. And he has, weirdly, the exact ingredients that you had listed for him.
I love it.
And I think with a 16, there is a part of Tyr that questions why this guy had all of these ingredients just on hand. But also, I think that Tyr having an ulterior motive to get these ingredients is really dismissive of it, and it's kind of like, hey, whatever, I got what I need, and I'm gonna do my thing. And like he very much is able to give you all of the things that you asked for.
Thank you, Will. I appreciate that.
Listen, I would never cross someone of your, as he kind of looks up at you, stature. I'm glad to help.
Yeah. So depending on when we're gonna start cooking, I'll let everybody else do their thing first.
I'll probably go over to Liam and just check in and say, hey, you doing okay? I know we're getting ready to cook dinner, and I just want to let you know I'm thinking about you, but I did promise Tyr I was gonna go get some lessons from him on cooking.
Yeah, so whenever you walk up on Liam, I think he's like kind of like behind the little tiefling girl and going like showing her where to put her fingers and like kind of the correct way to hold it up, and maybe even like pressing like right on that where your diaphragm's asking. I make sure to keep that nice and tight. That's how I don't know how to play woodwind instruments. So, but anyway, stuff like that. And he looks up. He's like, "Yeah, please go have fun. We'll catch up later."
Okay. And then I'm come on over. I guess Tyr, are you over the fire pit with the ingredients yet, or what's the? Are you just waiting on the ingredients?
No, so I've already got the ingredients, and I'm over by the fire pit, and like with a big cauldron there, not like a hag cauldron, but
Not a hag cauldron.
But yeah. So Kaylin, if you're interested, I am ready to show you how to make my famous turtle soup.
Turtle soup?
Turtle soup.
I hope it wasn't a sentient talking turtle.
It was not. It was the basic turtle.
Okay, excellent, great. Yeah, I'm excited. What's the first step?
Okay, so grab your notepad because I'm going to run through the ingredients really quickly.
Okay.
You need turtle, 2 tablespoons of butter, an onion,
Mhm.
celery, carrot, 3 cloves of garlic, paprika, ground cloves, flour, beef broth for a little bit of flavor. Worcestershire sauce, whatever you want to call it.
Watch your sister sauce. Yes, watch
Yep.
your sister sauce.
A bay leaf, clarity of flavor. Teaspoon of salt and cracked pepper from the mines, of course. Chopped boiled eggs. That's a garnish of the House of Denholm. And
Hold
a
on, what size
table.
eggs?
Yeah, big eggs, large eggs.
Like
Yeah,
dragon? Okay, dragon egg. Okay, sorry.
Okay. Not dragon eggs.
Oh, sorry.
Let's dial it back a little bit. Think of chicken.
Okay, so like it. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah,
Tablespoon of lemon juice and optional splash of cherry if you're feeling bold.
great. Now what?
Okay, so now I'm going to teach you how to do it. I want you to make it, and I'm going to explain how.
Okay, shouldn't we find somebody who is a sister here so we can have the watch your sister sauce? Is anybody here a sister?
Kaylin, that was an expression of speech. That's what I call Worcestershire sauce.
Wash your shire?
Close. We'll go with that.
Okay. All right. If you say we don't need sisters or
Now we don't
washing,
need
okay.
sisters around here.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So what I need you to do is in your cauldron, melt your butter over the medium flame, and you're going to add the turtle to it after it's chopped. But don't crowd it. Let the spirits do the work. Let it do its thing.
Let the spirits do the work. Spirits. I'm gonna try and imbue the spirits of turtles that I know.
Okay, Kaylin,
Mhm.
you actually need to stir the stuff around, okay?
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm gonna still pretend I'm a turtle while I'm doing it. Like I bless the turtle in this.
Alright, so now, you want to add your onions, your celery, and your carrots, and you're gonna stir it until softened. 5 to 7 minutes, of course. And then you're gonna add the garlic, paprika, and cloves. Doesn't that smell like a market on a fresh day?
It does, but my market also smells a lot more like dead meat because I live by this like farming complex.
Okay, maybe not your market, but it's
Oh yeah.
my market.
You got a nicer market than me.
Okay. So now we're gonna thicken it, right? So we're gonna sprinkle the flour and we're gonna stir it well. It's gonna look a little pasty. Don't fret.
Oh, hold on. I have flour. We don't need this flour. I got flour. And I'm going to go into my bag and pull out the like dried crumbled flowers that I've been carrying around. Flour! And I throw it in.
Oh, Kaylin. Those are flowers.
I only put one. I put one flower.
No. Kaylin, can you still get that out of there?
I'm gonna need a survival check on this food.
Because it's gonna give it a weird taste now, you know?
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm sure it'll just be like floral. It'll be floral. It'll be fine.
Oh, you know what? Little dash of floral. We'll see how it goes. And I'm gonna all right. Take this flour, whatever you would call it.
Flour. I'll take the flour.
Yep. Okay. Dump that in there.
Oh, the white powdery stuff.
Yeah,
oh,
that stuff. Gotcha. Okay.
I understand now. I should have asked you to read that. I wrote the things correctly. Phonemes or phononyms or pseudophonemes, whatever that word is for things that sound the same but are not the same.
Perfect. All right. So it's gonna start to look pasty. Don't fret over it.
Yeah.
Now we're ready. Slowly add the beef broth, and just stir it constantly.
Wait, I got a question.
Okay.
What kind of an animal did this come from?
A cow.
Blast this mom. Okay.
Okay, now add the Worcestershire sauce, the bay leaf, and the salt and pepper.
I gotta be honest, after the last few things, I'm not feeling super great about what the wash your caster sauce is. Can you do that part?
I'll put that one in. It's okay.
Okay, cool.
So
I'm still not clear what it is.
okay, put the bay leaf, the salt and pepper in.
Bay leaf.
It's a little leaf about that big.
Oh, this thing, it's like crunchy.
Yeah, it is crunchy. We're not gonna eat it.
Ugh.
Though. It's okay. Just
All right. And you got mad at me for putting flowers in it?
I knew that was going to come up. I know.
the leaf is that leaf is different from flour. Okay. I promise. I promise. I promise.
Yeah, okay. You know, it's here. Trust the process. I believe you.
Yeah.
All right.
Lower your heat. On this instance, we're cooking over fire, so you want to pull the pot further away from the fire, put something under it to kind of take it away from it.
Okay. And I just kind of like take a few steps back because I don't really know what else to do with the pan. Is this far enough?
I'll help you on this one. So I'm going to take some like pieces of sticks and stuff to sit it higher up on top of the fire. So we've lowered the heat, partially cover it, and let it bubble for 30 minutes. So we'll come back
I'm gonna
to it here.
crouch over it to partially cover it.
Is Elfie close enough to see this happening out of curiosity?
Kaylin.
I mean, seeing it happen, sure. Like, I don't know if you necessarily hear them like talking, but I mean, yeah, you're probably back a little ways, like, you know, with some of the other folks watching, you know, them cook and whatnot.
Kaylin, look next. Look at the lid next to you. Take the lid and
Yeah. Okay.
just now. All right, leave like this much around the rim open and set the lid on. Perfect.
I'm just gonna hover over it, like an inch over it. Okay, it's partially covered.
The lid.
Kaylin, you're adorable, girl. I need you to put the lid on the pot.
It's fully covered.
No.
You said partial.
Just turn it to the side just a little bit.
But it's a circle.
Can I show you?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna grab it and I'm just gonna sit it there and I'm gonna slightly keep an opening on it and be like, that's partially covering.
So it's like how you sleep at night, where your mouth is kind of like.
Perfect.
I get it.
Example. So now we have 30 minutes. So we'll come back here in just a little bit.
So, did I tell you that my intelligence drops significantly when I'm hungry?
Listen, you're gonna really enjoy this. It's okay.
Wait, Turtle, did you see mushrooms? No mushrooms, right?
No
No
mushrooms.
mushrooms.
No
Good.
mushrooms.
No mushrooms. We're a fungi-free house. Okay, cool.
We got 30 minutes, and then we're gonna come back to it.
How are we gonna set the timer?
Good question. I don't know.
All I got something that lasts an hour.
Can you get a sense of how the halfway point of that is?
I'll be right back, and I'm gonna run outside and I don't know. Can I see the sun anywhere around here?
Actually, the sun is almost just about entirely set at this point.
Is there a moon?
There is, in fact, a moon.
Oh, that's good news in a couple of reasons.
That's not normal.
Hey, anybody happen to know what the circadian rhythm of your planet is? How many hours? How many hours does the nighttime go sleepy sleep?
As everyone, you know, that can hear her is now looking at Kaylin, just absolutely fucking lost about what the hell she just said. Kaylin is the only one looking the other direction as you watch Juniper push the lid off the pot and stuff her whole face into this pot. And she is very clearly eating this food.
it's fully covered in owlbear. Well,
Juniper?
I mean, she has got her whole ass face, and then you guys like the moment you tap her, her head kind of snaps up, and the pot is very much stuck on her head. It's like you could just see bits of stuff dripping out around her jawline and like down her neck and stuff.
Yeah, I think at that point, Tears just kind of sit down, just defeated, be like, "Oh no!"
Elfie's gonna walk up to the owlbear. Pause. I can't see. I'm trying to read. Never mind. I don't have anything I can help with. Just kidding. He's gonna walk up to the owlbear and kind of like pet it and try and like calm it down, as I'm sure it's probably freaked out that it's stuck inside the pot. Like
Yeah.
a dog stuck inside of a bag.
And I think eventually, as you help it get the pot off of its head, you can see like most of the fur around its muzzle is like covered in various ingredients as it lays down and just like licking its beak, like as all this like stuff is dripping off of it.
Elfie's gonna look over to Kaylin and be like, "Hey,
ah,
That helps.
son of a owlbear.
you want to clean her up?"
Yeah.
Oh wait,
You want to lick it off, or do you
hold
want
up,
me to clean it?
hold up.
Oh,
I
holding?
don't want you to clean it. That owlbear is thoroughly enjoying our food.
I was gonna ask if she wanted it to go or not. She did seem to enjoy licking it off herself.
At least
At this point, it's like a dog with peanut butter on its nose, as she's like trying to lick every bit of this stuff off of her.
I'm just gonna say to Kaylin, listen, you did amazing, and I know it would have tasted great. Unfortunately, we don't get to eat it tonight, though.
I'm gonna let you in on a secret.
Hmm.
I'll be back in 30 minutes. Kaylin's gonna go outside, and I hope this works. And I'm gonna say a little prayer to myself for guidance. Is that a thing I can do? I'm a willing creature.
Yeah, I would say so.
I'm gonna do a survival check and see what I can scrounge up. That wasn't great, but plus a 1d4, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So that gets me to 16.
16, yeah. So, I mean, you do notice like there's some various like small game around, little squirrels, things like that. But as far as like actual like looking around, you do find a bunch of different berries, just all kinds of wild berries.
I'm gonna scoop those berries up.
Yeah, no, and they are, I mean, definitely plentiful in this area. Like they are not hard to find when you really start to look for them.
Excellent. I am gonna leave the animals, but I'm gonna come back with berries, and I am gonna also pick up some grass along the way, and just stuff that in my stuff sack. Any leafy greens that I can find?
Give me a survivability check.
22.
Yeah, no, I mean, I do think you're able to find, some various foliage that you would at the very least recognize as edible from what you know, right? Like, obviously, it's the Feywild, things are a little weird, but like, you would truthfully believe that like all of this stuff is genuinely food.
Awesome. Perfect. I'm gonna come back here. I'm gonna come back home. I'm gonna clean them off a little bit, and then I'm gonna ask Tyr for a couple of ingredients and say, "Hey, Elfie, you want to go, play fetch in the corner with 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 Juniper for a minute, so we can cook."
Elfie's gonna shrink down to like gnome size and just like climb on the back of Juniper and just like start like gently grabbing at like the fur around her neck and just kind of like veering her away from where they're cooking, kind of towards wherever the closest water source is to clean up her face.
And like having eaten like entirely too much, she just kind of has to like waddle off slowly. Like she
Is her
She's
belly
doing the best
popping
she
out?
can. Yeah, but like she's a little struggling right now, but like she kind of makes her way away from everybody.
Okay, Kaylin.
All right. I couldn't find much. I think that owlbears are carnivorous, though. I don't know. One tried to eat me one time, so maybe that was just my experience. But would you be okay if we at least made some salad and berry scones?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
What do you need me to help cut up?
Well, if you want to go stand outside with this ball of this bowl of salt and pray for the moon's blessings on it.
Got it.
It should only take like 5 seconds or so. It's pretty quick, but like it just the salt, it's moon salt. You know, you need moon salt or
Okay.
the blessed moon scones. Just trust me on it. It's fine. I promise.
Tyr's gonna walk outside, hold the moon up, hold the
moon?
salt up to the moon, be like, blessings for the salt.
As he's doing it, some kid's gonna walk up and just like look at Tyr, see him looking up, and then the kid's gonna look up, and there's gonna be a pause. He goes, "What are we looking at?"
I'm trying to get blessings for the salt from the moon. That's what Kaylin wanted me to do.
Where's Clapperclaw in all this?
Okay. All right. Well, good luck with that. As he like continues to walk off and go back with all the other kids.
Yeah. So I guess at this point, Tyr has no idea if it worked or not. So he's just gonna kind of walk back in, be like, Kaylin, I got your salt.
Oh yes, that looks gloriously blessed by the moon. Okay, great. So we're I know I'm a really bad cook, but I promise I'm a better baker.
Okay.
So if you just trust me on this one, how do you feel about salads? I can whip up the scones and you can do the salad.
Sure, I can do that.
Okay, perfect. And I'm gonna go in my little chef's kitchen, like Breath of the Wild, and it goes ding 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 ding, ding, and then the food just pops out like it's magic.
Dubious.
Yeah, I mean, I think within that realm, you guys also have, I mean, a veritable army of kids who are eager to help, right? And like, they may not be, the most learned on the situation, but like, they are quick to learn. So like, I mean, I think you guys could very easily, show them, hey, this is what we're going to do. And they are quick to pick it up and do exactly as like, I mean, this is clearly something that they have done frequently. They regularly work together. It is a team effort, and that's very much what they're used to. So, I mean, obviously it's going to take a little time no matter what, but like, they are definitely there to help you guys produce, enough food for the entire camp.
Wonderful.
Perfect. Okay. Tyr, I need you to be the first person to taste it, because if it's really bad, I don't think I'm that bad of a baker. In fact, okay, this is really stupid, but I don't know, like the number of times we've almost lost each other, I started thinking about like, wouldn't it be cool if after all this, we took all of our new friends and friends' children that we've then successfully reunited with their parents and have asked the permission if they can hang out with us like adults do. And I don't know, maybe we could like open a bakery with all these kids or something. Like, I don't know, we could call it like Dream Crumb True.
Oh,
I swear to God.
I like it.
That's kind of what it's been like, getting the opportunity to be friends with y'all and go on this adventure and sometimes almost die and wonder what the meaning of life is or how short it might be, but I don't know. Okay, now with all my hopes and dreams, can you taste my bakery item?
Absolutely. Yep. So Tyr's gonna cut a piece off, or first off, what?
Oh no, you get a whole scone.
Oh, a whole scone. Okay.
It's a berry scone. It's my, I call them Kaylin Star Touched berry scones.
Oh, okay.
And they like they have like, I arranged the berries into like shapes of different constellations, And I go, that's my favorite constellation. That one's called the Veil Walker.
Oh. Yeah. So Tyr's just gonna grab it and he's gonna look at it. He's gonna take a big old bite out of it. And without Ace say anything, I'm gonna say it tastes really wonderful.
Yeah, no, I mean it truly does. And again, I like in all actuality, it is her own thing, but I do think you kind of have a brief recollection to when you guys were at the inn and Sue had made you guys all the berries, and like it is a very similar flavor. Probably not nearly as good, not nearly as fresh and all of that stuff as you guys literally just got these. But like the dots definitely connect, right? Like, she had told you guys that's where these came from and all of that. So like, I do think, having Tyr being the one who ate them all before, you definitely have that comparison.
That's right.
Damn.
I forgot you ate them
I'm
all.
going to hold back this time and only eat one to allow everybody else to eat.
I am kind of like protecting, like, don't worry, I'm only partially covering the baked goods.
Well done.
Yeah, and I think once the food's ready, the kids, again, very rehearsed, very mechanical. They all come up and they got plates ready and what have you, and they like all come and they get their bit of food, and they again almost mechanically return to all these spots. There's some of them sitting on blankets, some of them sitting on a swing, and like it's this kind of dull roar of kids just talking and eating, and a lot of it's nonsense. They're kids, they got nothing actually like huge happening in their life, but they have these whole conversations that like are all taking place across this entire area that's kind of been cleared out. And there is definitely this certain sense of family, right? The fire's going and all of these kids are kind of self-sufficient and welcoming each other, and Will like specifically kind of approaches you guys and goes, hey, I didn't expect any of you guys to help with the food tonight, but thanks. They kind of get tired of the meals that I know, so it's something special for them to have something different. It means a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Glad we could be of help.
And he kind of nods. He goes, hey, make sure you guys get your fill. And he kind of looks specifically to Oz. He goes, we'll talk after everyone gets settled in for the night, and we'll kind of come to a little more understanding of where everybody's at. But in the meantime, please make sure you guys get some, get a good meal and get some rest, and we'll talk a little bit later. And he kind of like, you see him walk over to one of the tables that like it's like a log that's been kind of split that, kids are sitting at. As he walks over there and he goes, all right, guys, you're going to be first up tonight. When you're done eating, make sure you guys go get ready so that you guys can head down and get washed up. And you see like almost right away, they're all like, oh yeah, we'll get it, as they take their plates over to like a centralized spot where you see a couple kids are actively kind of washing the dishes or what have you. But those kids specifically go over to this large trunk that's at the base of the tree as they flip it open and pull out this like sheet or what have you that they kind of throw over top of all of them as they kind of walk together down out into the wood.
And this seems normal?
Doesn't seem like anybody else is fazed by it.
A sheet? Like a
Yeah, like a large bed sheet that they've kind of think of like, quintessential Charlie Brown Halloween costume, but it is like several kids hiding under one sheet.
are we doing a pillow fort?
Are you asking them?
Yes.
Yeah, and they kind of stop, and the kid in front kind of flips the sheet back, and he goes, well, no, we're just, we're going to get washed up, like Will said, as he flips it back down, and you see him like stick this like stick to the top of it like a horn as the group kind of walks their way off as they make their way down out of sight.
Hold the front door.
I think Tears come to a realization.
Yep, go ahead.
Guys, do you think that's how we get into the pond?
Oh.
We play dress up. Sorry, I'm
Right.
sorry.
Listen,
I'm just apparently deception is a real low roll around here. But yeah, you just put a little sheet and a horn on your head.
listen, all I can think of is some kind of horned creature that's walking into it with nothing stopping it. So if we act like a horned creature, maybe we get in.
Hold. Oz. Is Oz near me?
Sure. I think we're all sitting at the table together, probably.
We are, but I'm probably still gonna be Oz. Like in a fury.
Just for clarification, I will say that I'm probably still off. There was a conversation I wanted to have with the kids, so
Sure.
no rush. I am not sitting with you guys, is all.
Sure.
Okay.
Oz. What was the thing they said when we came here? We came here, and there was, what was the last phrase? Something, and free the what? Free the what at last?
I'll have to check my notes for that.
Before you do that, did I hear this too?
I would have.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are at a table together.
Yeah.
So Tyr's gonna reach over and not really slap Kaylin, but like where you do the hey free the unicorn.
I don't think it was unicorn,
Oh,
but it was Alicorn. But that sounds a lot like unicorns. Like maybe his name is Allie the Corn, Allie the Unicorn. No. But there's also the meaning like Ollie means like on high, but I don't know if we're still using like, I don't know, what kind of derivatives is this? Like, does the language of Feywild use the same? The high corn? I don't know.
And as she's like mildly making a scene, but like again, it's amongst kids, so it's not like anybody else cares. But I think Will is kind of just watching Kaylin like devolve into this like, arguable rabbit hole of like thoughts that she's like now like word vomiting that like nobody else except the five of you even has a chance to understand. And I think Will specifically would look at Elfie and be like, is she always like this?
Elfie.
Good
That was
call.
Elfie.
I'm so sorry.
What do you do now?
I'm not gonna lie, I was very distracted. Just a slight recap of what just happened.
I mean, it was kind of just a passing remark. It's not a big deal, but
It's
What was
okay.
the last remark?
They're asking if I'm always crazy.
yeah.
Oh, Elfie's just gonna kind of smile and like lean back down towards the food.
Okay, I'm
And
not
I
gonna go
think she
into one
kind
of
of
these. I
chuckles
swear.
and walks off. But go ahead, Kaylin.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Center, Kaylin. We are a bigger person now. Okay. So, I don't know. Yeah, I think Tears having a great point. I am also curious now, though. Is this anything related to somebody who we're supposed to find? Find free, or no? It's free the alicorn. Or what was it, Oz?
Free the alicorn is right.
Okay,
It
so
was?
Cheers. When you say that, Cheers gonna be like, oh yeah, it was alicorn, not unicorn.
Look, I still don't know what an alicorn is. No, it's
Do
fine.
any of us know what an
It's fine.
alicorn is?
Can we run a history check to see if I like wrote it down in my journal?
Yeah, you can run a history check if you're trying to remember the phrase. Sure.
21.
Wow.
No, I'm pretty certain.
Yeah.
I'm pretty certain you said, Oz. It was mind the rule of 3, present, future, past. Find the alicorn and free the dormant queen at last. So we do have to find the alicorn.
Good memory.
I read it in my notebook.
I did too, but it's somewhere else.
This is why I have them digitally. Every night I I have them cataloged in my digital repository. It's a spell that I made up.
I mean, of that
That's
same
good.
context with a 21, I mean, do we think that Kaylin would also document dreams that she's had?
Hold on.
Oh boy.
Hold on. Oh heavens. Okay. Oh, wait. I had. Okay. I'm gonna look at Oz and Elfie and Tyr and be like, this isn't gonna turn into another chicken lady thing, I swear. But I did have it. I had a dream. It was, and I think I mentioned it before, but I think some of the information is pertinent here. And it was what was it? There was 3 keys. So we need 3 keys. The item lost, the name long forgotten, and heart to press on. Is the alicorn lost?
The heck?
I don't know.
Maybe.
Foxy, we're getting a little bit of feedback from your mic, bub.
Good.
You guys doing a little static thing there. Sorry. It stopped. Okay, cool. It's all good. Please continue.
So I don't know. I feel like, look, maybe we should go under the sheet with the kids, or maybe our own sheet.
I mean, are we in a hurry? Is there time?
You're right. There probably is time. Whew.
We're in a good place. These kids may know something, so maybe
Okay.
run around like a chicken tomorrow, screaming some crazy words, and maybe one of them will come up and tell you something.
So, that said, while that conversation's happening, here's what I'm going to say. I am going to encourage Kaylin to look over the entirety of that dream, as I'm sure she would have written it down.
Mhm.
And in the meantime, we'll check in with Liam and the other kids.
Yeah, so there was just a little conversation I was kind of wanting to start. I imagine that they,
No, sorry. Ignore me.
I imagine that they grabbed their food, and I probably just went and sat with them. But what are your guys' names?
As the little tiefling girl, like immediately quick to respond. Again, I think she's kind of found a sort of kinship in somebody else who's passionate about music. She goes, "Oh, I'm Nixie. I've only been here a little while, but Will helped me escape, and honestly, I kind of like it here. It's way better than being at the workshop." And the little dwarf boy kind of kicking his feet. He goes, "I'm Bobby."
Well, it is amazing to meet you. I'm Liam. So you guys both came from the workshop?
And I think you can read the expression on their faces. As both of them get kind of sad and go, "Yeah, Granny made us make toys there, but now that Will got us out, we get to do whatever we want, and Will helps us kind of follow whatever makes us happy. And he got this for me," as she holds up the little pan flute that they've been working with this whole time.
Well, I'm super glad that you guys are here. It definitely sounds like a way better place. I absolutely love it here myself.
And she kind of like takes a moment to really look at you. She goes, "Liam, were you in Granny's workshop? How come you're here?"
No, I come from somewhere really far away, I think. I grew up in a place kind of like this, actually, but it's not the same place. Not to confuse you.
She kind of nods, and then she like takes a few minutes as she's eating a little bit, and then she looks back at you, and she's kind of got this kind of quizzical look. She goes, "Liam, how do you know how to play music so good?"
I think he smiles really big. I had somebody teach me as well. Like I said, I grew up in a place kind of like this, and one day he came to town, and he could just play. It was the most amazing thing that I'd ever heard in my life, and I followed him around town for like ages, and we finally kind of took up together, and he decided that he was going to teach me. He was a tiefling as well, and I'd never seen somebody like me before, So he kind of took me under his wing and taught me how to play music. He taught me about where we come from and kind of what tieflings are. Yeah. Sorry, kind of rambled on there a little bit, but yeah, he taught me everything I know.
You can see this like kind of sense of wonder in her eyes as she's like almost stopped eating, right? Like her plate's just kind of sitting in her lap as she looks at you, she goes, I didn't know that there was many more people like us. Do we all play music?
No, I don't think so. I think we come in all shapes and sizes just like everybody else, but I guess it was just kind of meant to be that that my mentor happened to also have a passion for music.
Kind of nods before taking one more bite and then looks back at you and she goes, Liam, if you guys stay for a while, will you teach me how to play more music?
I would absolutely love to. Yeah. I think that our plan is to kind of, I don't want to get too much into it, but we're here to help Will. And obviously that's kind of a big job, but I would love to teach you more as soon as we get the chance.
Kind of smiles as she hops up and sets her plate down and just walks over and again kind of like instinctively for a kid just walks over and puts her arm around Liam and kind of hugs him and she goes, thanks. Music really makes me happy and I didn't know what that was like when I was stuck at Loomlurch with Granny. And I think in that kind of same moment, you can kind of hear Will calling off in the distance. He goes, all right, guys, you're going to be the next ones to get washed up. As she kind of looks up and she goes, I got to get cleaned up for bed already.
It's okay. We'll be here in the morning for sure.
As you can see, like she's immediately like beaming a smile as she like quickly grabs her plate and runs off to go get caught up with everybody else.
Yeah, and I think, that's kind of where you see Liam leave off, is he just kind of like, maybe he's looking out in the woods, just a look of like a remembrance on his face, like thinking back. That's it. That's all I wanted.
No, absolutely. And then we'll cut back. Anything else that we've come to that, the other group wants to address before we move any further?
I feel like I want to wait until Liam gets back because I think Kaylin has realized something, but she doesn't feel like having to explain it twice because she's already feeling crazy.
No, listen, you guys got time, right? Like there's nobody's going anywhere in a hurry. I mean, this is definitely a safe spot. Like all these kids are running around and what have you. And I think as the night kind of goes on, you start to see like there's kind of for lack of a better word, I'm going to say there's like a pecking order, right? You start to see a lot of the younger kids first who've gotten cleaned up, and Will's kind of getting them settled into the treehouse. And like some of the older kids are kind of taking care of a few things around camp, picking up some of the blankets and, various things like that, tying up some of the swings and kind of just getting everything settled in for the night. And then they in turn take their turn to go get cleaned up. And each time they come back, I mean, these kids are, arguably dripping, like they've definitely been playing in the water and what have you, and like have not done the best job of even getting dried off as they're just having fun. But they all kind of stand by the fire for a little bit afterwards and then make their way inside. And before too long, the fire's kind of died down, real small, kind of not quite embers yet, but it's compared to where it was when everybody was cooking, it's not, a whole lot left. And Will's kind of standing at the front of the treehouse, kind of getting the last few kids up there before he makes his way over and just kind of sits down next to the fire. And you could see, I think all of you could see for the first time, he actually takes a moment to like really take a breather for himself, as he's always kind of like not on edge, but on guard with all the kids running around and what have you. And so like he kind of takes a moment to like really settle down, and he's got a plate of food for himself, as the rest of you are kind of free to go about whatever you want to do.
Hey, is Will around close by?
Yeah, he's just kind of sitting over. I mean, it's kind of around the fire, like not far from it, but it's the only like major light source right now. He's kind of just sitting around and finally getting his chance to eat along with everybody else.
Okay. I'm going to sit on over by him, thinking that I kind of want to run this by him. So I seem a little bit hesitant. Hey, you kind of seem, I don't know, like you know what's going on around here. And since we've been here, I've had a couple of dreams, and being in this area, we came across, I think it's called the Wayward Pool. And every time we would try to get close to it, we couldn't get any closer to it. And it reminded me of this dream that I had, where I was standing on the edge of a lake that had no reflections. But in the distance, I saw a flame, and somebody was trying to give me hints, basically about items or 3 keys we needed to help save Prismir, I'm guessing. Does any of this ring a bell, or do you happen to know if there's a unicorn named Allie out there?
So, give me a persuasion check.
Oh boy. No, I'm not the one for this. It ain't for me.
Am I close enough, I think, for guidance or no?
I don't think, you wouldn't have knowingly walked over with her, so I don't think so.
I tried.
12.
With a 12, I will let you follow that with an insight check, but
Oh,
he kind of looks to you and goes, "No, I don't know any unicorns named Allie that would be out there. We all know that the lake out there is, protected by magic, but yeah, definitely don't know any unicorns named Allie." And with an insight check of 26, you absolutely catch that he stutters and hangs just the slightest bit on the bit where he says named Allie.
Mm-hmm. Well, do you know any other unicorns out there?
He kind of just clears his throat and so what brought you guys out this way anyway?
Well, long story short, we've all lost something, but more importantly, we want to help get rid of these hags, and we want to get Prismir back to being a beautiful place, and do as much as we can to help reverse all the damage that these horrible creatures have done to this land.
Kind of nods and is slowly, like, not even eating, but like just kind of poking at the things on his plate, just kind of, mulling it around as he really thinks. He goes, "Listen, I'm not going to tell you what's out there. I will tell you that you might find some answers out there, but given the recent past, it's not my place to tell anybody anything. I'm out here doing what I can to help these kids, and I'll tell you there are other people in the world who are out here to help Prismir and everybody else. If you guys want to, head out there, you're welcome to take the costume with you, or whatever it may be, but just be respectful. It's important."
Respectful. Absolutely. Are there any kind of like local customs? Obviously, the costume. Got it. So blanket, stick horn. Is that the costume?
Kind of shrugs and doesn't have to be.
Okay. I'm not very good at sewing, so unless there's like a costume store in the area. Oh, wait a second. I could be a war horse. Sorry. Sorry. I just got very
You
excited.
watch him kind of shake his head a little bit. And he kind of like half chuckles and he goes, "You're thinking about it too much." He stands up, walks over, and picks up the first stick he finds on the ground before walking back and like very carefully, like, softly, he holds it atop Kalen's forehead. He goes, "You got a costume."
Okay, but I wanted to be a horse with the horn and to blend in a little better. But okay, if I don't even need to be a horse, then I'll just not. Any other customs? Like, I don't know, is there like a protocol for greeting other creatures we might encounter out there?
He just shakes his head. He goes, "No, just remember that there's a reason that not everybody can get into those woods. Okay? I mean, that lake is protected for a reason. It's none of it's my place to say. It's not my story to tell. It's not my heart that's broken. Okay? There's whatever is out there, whoever is out there. Just know, be respectful. I mean, that's all I can ask."
Well, what I can tell you is that if one of the things we need to do is help ensure that the heart of desire beats once more, I have good news is that when we were in the other place, we did manage to reconnect somebody with their heart, and so we got a little bit of heart experience. Thank you for telling me what you did, and I do promise we'll be respectful.
He nods. He goes, "Listen, I'm going to be up for watch for a while. I usually don't sleep a whole lot. Somebody's got to make sure they're safe." As he kind of nods to the treehouse, goes, "If you guys want to head down there and check things out, by all means. If not, it sounds like we might be, two sides of the same coin. I feel like we should talk about some things. I got some plans coming up that, I mean, I don't want to ask you guys to be involved, but I think we might kind of be more aligned than we thought."
How about this? Would you be okay if we, I don't know, it might take us half a day or so, but if we go and try and get some of those answers from the Wayward Pool, and then we come back and we help you. I think it seems like there's other kids that are stuck in Loom Lurch, and I can tell you, if there's one thing that I'm gonna make sure we do before we leave this place, it's get those kids out. And if we can help you with that, maybe.
He kind of nods. He goes, you kind of beat me to it. That's my plan. I've been working on it with a couple of the older kids. We got about 2 days, and I'm going to get them all out. This time, nobody's getting left behind. We're not leaving any of them there. I'm going to get them all this time.
Okay, and in 2 days, and just going back to the circadian rhythm of this place, how many hours are in a day?
He kind of like half chuckles, and he points up. Sun goes up, sun goes down, moon comes up, moon goes down.
Mm-hmm.
2 suns from now, I'm going to Loom Lurch, and I'm going to get them out. Whether you guys are there, whether you're not, it's fine. I don't expect you guys to be obligated to anything, but I have an obligation to those kids, and I'm not going to let them sit in that tree any longer than I have to.
Okay, you got it.
And he kind of goes, "One more thing. If you're thinking about going down there, it's best to do it at sunset." He kind of looks up. Under the stars may not be the best time, but your best time is going to be at sunset.
Okay. So approximately how many hours from when the sun is like straight up and down in the sky? How many hours approximately until sunset?
And he kind of chuckles, and he points up. He goes, "Sometimes the sun's straight up. Sometimes it goes down over there. when it turns orange and everything starts to get dark, that's what you're looking for.
It's funny. That was helpful. All right. But really, thank you. This has been helpful. I think I got to go make myself a little sundial. So I'll let
Kinda
you guys
laugh.
do your food.
He kind of laughs and nods. He goes, "Listen, thank you guys for helping out with the kids today. It's hard to do it by myself, but you know." He kind of looks back at the treehouse. He goes, "It's worth every minute of it."
I agree. All right. And Kaylin is going to probably wander outside and she's going to use a combination. She's going to do like a prestidigitation and make note of, based on her knowledge of the adsmith of a field of vision. If she has to go up on her broom to do so, to see the sky better, I don't know. But she's going to start making like a little freaking map and calculating. She's going to do prestidigitation to make a mark and say, all right, in 1 hour, how many degrees has the moon moved? She's going to do that for several hours.
Yeah, fair enough. I will tell you, I mean, it comes out to be about 1-to-1. It's about 12 hours. Sun's up about 12 hours.
Thank goodness.
The moon's up. I mean, it is, more or less transparent in that nature.
Excellent.
I will tell you, like, time-wise, it's kind of a more ambiguous thing to the citizens there. Like the people who live there, it's not so much an hours kind of thing, right? To them, it's just kind of, yeah, it's, sun's overhead. It's probably midday. Like, and so like it's not in an attempt to like dissuade you or what have you, but like it is
No,
just
I understand.
that is how they
It is
interpret
funny.
it. So
Yeah. No, time is a funny concept. It would have been easier if they had a concept of time, but you know what? We're going to math our way through it.
yeah, what's everyone else
Caitlin's
doing
just going to be
as
out
the
there
night
under the
sets up?
stars in her journal.
That previous conversation loud enough for those of us at the table to hear?
I don't know so much for you guys to hear, but I don't think it would have been like a big secret where like if you would have wanted to walk over during that or even part way into that, I think you certainly could have.
Yeah, I think I would have waited if we couldn't hear. Just let them talk.
I don't mind if you come over.
Well, you're outside now, so it doesn't matter.
Well, I am outside now.
So yeah, I guess if nobody else is doing anything and it's kind of settled down and Will's still hanging out over there, then I'll wander over.
Yeah, for sure. I think as you approach, he kind of gestures and kind of motions for you to take a seat and, hey, come on over, take a seat, sit by the fire. It's a little warmer over here.
It's a beautiful thing you're doing here. As Oz sits down.
Kind of takes a deep breath and kind of lets out a small sigh and goes, yeah, I like to think so. I don't know. I guess I just have something in me that says I got to watch out for the kids,
Yeah, you've been doing this by yourself for a long time?
He kind of nods. He goes, yeah, longer than I'd care to admit, actually. Long time ago, I wasn't always here. I used to be back home, and now that I'm stuck here, I kind of figured for a while I was angry, for a while I was upset and hurt, but now that I'm here, I kind of figured I might as well make the most of it. And one thing I've always been good at is being good with kids, and so, well, he kind of looks back at this tree house and like you can hear like a small ruckus of kids shuffling around and whatever. He goes, I may not be the best at it, but damn it if I don't care a lot about it, and I'm gonna do everything that I can to help all of them. And I don't know where they're gonna go afterwards or if I can ever reunite them with their parents, but I'm gonna try. And at the very least, I'm gonna get them the hell out of Loom Lurch where they don't got to deal with that hag anymore.
Where did their parents go, or what's their story? How'd they get here?
Kind of shrugs. He goes, truthfully, I wish I knew. From what I know, just from piecing together with each of them, most of them remember going on a trip with their parents or their parents being somewhere, and they remember fun and games and what have you, and then they woke up in Granny's hut there. She's down in Loom Lurch. They got this workshop, and she keeps all the kids down there to make all the toys for her, and it seems like nobody remembers a whole lot about any of it, just enough that they weren't always here, but now they are.
You mentioned you had some plans coming up in a couple of days. What's that all about?
He nods. He goes, yeah, I mean, you see all the kids that are here. Unfortunately, there's a whole lot more that are still in Loom Lurch. I've been doing this by myself, and it's not the easiest thing to get in there when a hag gets real upset with you and is trying to capture you. So anytime I can, I try and get as many kids out as I can, but usually it's 1, 2 at the most. But man, every time I'm there and I have to leave, it breaks my heart to see him stuck there and having to deal with that hag. And I'm tired of it. And so now that there's a few of the older kids that they want to help too, well, I'm not going to put them in any jeopardy, but at the very least, they're going to serve as a lookout for me, and I'm going to break them all out this time. And I'm going to be honest with you, as he kind of looks around to make sure that there's no kids in earshot, as he leans in a little bit and kind of speaks a little softer. I don't know that I'm going to make it out of this one, but I know the kids are going to get out. And he kind of looks back at the treehouse and then back to you, and I've taught them well. They'll take care of each other. As long as they're not in that hag's control anymore, that's the important thing.
Yeah, so can we help with that? We, kind of have some goals of our own, but we've come to learn enough about this place that I think our entire group is not very happy with these hags, and I think I can speak for the group or most of it when I say we would be very much willing to assist you in this, and maybe get something out of it for ourselves, but definitely get rid of those hags and free those children.
I think Elfie's going to kind of walk over at this point. I'm just going to sit down listening to the conversation.
And he kind of knowingly takes a nod as he looks up at Elfie first, then back to Oz. He goes, listen, all I need is some time. I've been there. I know that place. I know where she keeps the kids. I just need some time without her being alerted. And really that's all it is. If you guys listen, she's dangerous. That she is. They have power. It's real bad. And I don't want anybody to be at risk. If anybody's going to be at risk, it's me. This is my plan. But if you guys can just buy me some time, keep her distracted, give me 5-10 minutes, I know I can get those kids out of there before she even realizes what happens.
I think we could do that. I do have some other questions. We haven't seen this hag, but we just came from another in the swamp and don't know where she went, but she's not there anymore. So
Yeah,
if she
well,
went to one of her sisters, and there are 2 of them here, we might have a problem.
he kind of nods as he points to Oz. He goes, nail on the head. She arrived a couple days ago, right after one of her birds carrying a message.
Can we separate them somehow?
Kind of shrugs. He goes, I don't know much about the other one. She's never been here before. As long as I've been around, I've never seen her here before. But Granny's real set in her ways. she does the same thing day in, day out. She wakes up, we don't see her for a while. She goes out and tends the garden. She goes out and checks the market. She has tea at lunch, and then she goes back and she has dinner and she goes to bed. I mean, it's like clockwork. She's every day it's the same thing. But ever since that other one showed up, it's random. Sometimes she's out in the garden at night. Sometimes she's standing in the market when nobody's there. I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, it's different now. And I'm going to be honest with you, it makes me nervous because now I don't know what we're getting into.
Still think it's safe for you to try to get the kids out with both of them there?
He kind of shakes his head. He goes, I never thought it was safe when there was one of them there, but I'm not going to keep sitting here and letting those kids have to deal with her day in and day out. I'm going to get them out of there.
Well, let me talk to our team and see if we can come up with a plan to help somehow. Well, we can cause a distraction, but I don't know, that's going to be hard if we got two hags chasing us.
He kind of nods and he goes, listen, even a distraction is a strong word. I mean, you guys don't have to go so far. You guys, I mean, even just talk to them. Just keep them engaged long enough that I can get in and get out. Again, 5-10 minutes. It shouldn't take me that long unless something terrible happens. But again, I've done this before. I've gotten a few of them out at a time. It's hard to rally that many kids all at once. So, even a conversation, just keep them engaged for a little while is really all I need.
We can do that. We can definitely talk to Granny, hopefully without making her angry, but I'm not sure how Bavlorna's going to react if she sees us again.
He kind of nods, goes, do you guys know anything about her? I mean, if there's something that you can share with us, I mean, we can try and do our best.
I think Wittershins is the word. That's about the only thing that helped last time and bought us some time.
Okay, so, well, it's something, and that's better than nothing, truthfully. Again, I don't want any of you guys to be at risk, so if it goes sideways, by all means, get out, get yourself to safety. One way or another, I'm going to get those kids out of there, and if that means I have to stay behind, the only thing I can ask of you guys is, make sure all the kids get together. The older kids, they know enough. They'll teach them. They'll keep them safe.
All right, well, I'll talk to the group and we will come up with a plan. You and I will talk again before anything happens. Hopefully before either of us does anything.
He nods, goes, I appreciate it. I'll look forward to it.
I still can't shake that feeling that I've seen you somewhere before.
And he kind of shakes his head a little bit. And again, feel free to give me an insight check as he kind of looks you, top to bottom and goes, you seem like a really good person. I kind of wish we would have met before, but unfortunately, I don't know that I've had the pleasure. And with a 16, you can't pin it down to know exactly, but he's definitely holding something back.
All right, well, you have a good night. We'll talk in the morning.
Yeah, you too. Make sure you guys get some solid rest. Don't worry, I'll be on watch, so nothing's gonna happen here tonight.
All right, I would really appreciate that. And I'll head on back to the group, or I guess whichever of the group is still up here.
Ovi's following too.
So no, so Tyr at this point has got this feel of food and has laid down next to the owl bear and then both asleep.
All right. Well, I guess I'll turn to Elfie and say, "Where's Where is everybody else?
I don't know. Kind of was just engrossed in what Will was talking about.
Oh, I mean, for the sake, I think that Liam would have made his way back to the general group at some point during the whole thing, but
All right.
Yeah, and I think without much effort, you guys would see Clapperclaw kind of laying down on top of Juniper, just like sprawled out, like he belongs there.
Passed out.
No, I mean he doesn't really sleep, but like he's just kind of chilling,
right,
like
yeah.
he's relaxing, and it seems like just kind of a cozy vibe, and he's just arguably found a new best friend, and he's gonna hang out with Juniper for a while.
Yep, and Tears just kind of laid sitting on the ground, like back sprawled out on the owlbear.
I mean, he was at level 4 exhaustion, so it makes sense.
Yep.
Well, hey there, Liam. Haven't seen you in a bit. What you been up to?
man, this place is insanely awesome. It's I found a little tiefling girl and a dwarf that were wanting to learn how to play some music, so I was helping them out with that.
Very cool.
Oh, he's gonna actually like smile, like pull teeth, smile, and be like, "Yeah, it is pretty cool."
It reminds me a lot of where I grew up, so it's kind of nostalgic, I guess.
I think I saw a smile there, Elfie.
Always gonna be like, kind of like blush a little bit and be like, "Don't make a big deal out of it.
Oh, this is a special place.
It is a special place." Where did you grow up, Liam?
Hold up. Sorry,
Yeah,
I was gonna say. I think by this point, like Kaylin was starting to walk back in as well. She like kind of peered around and saw everybody else is sitting by the fire, so she's coming on in with her little notebook and going, "Guys, I got it.
Mhm.
Okay, don't worry, it's all good." What are we talking about?
yeah. So I I still to this day have no idea what anybody. If you were to look for it on a map, I don't even think it has a name. But it was a village, a few days travel west, or sorry, not west, but east of Baldur's Gate. And we had this older lady. We just called her Gran. She kind of took care of all of us that didn't really have a place other to be. And that's again, it just reminds me of this. We all kind of looked out for each other, and she made sure we were fed when we couldn't find something for ourselves. So nothing as extravagant as a walking tree house in the forest, but
Gran. Tell me more about Gran.
oh, she was just this older dwarf lady. Like I said, she kind of just took all the orphan kids under her wing and kept us mostly out of trouble. I can't say that it always worked and that we didn't have our fair share of run-ins, but yeah, she was just a local lady who kind of took it upon herself, like our young Will here does, to kind of watch over the other kids.
I don't think I really know where any of you are from. I mean, Tyr, I know you said that you're from a little village, but did you say where?
So
She's like
Tears
passed out by the owlbear,
kind
right?
of asleep, but
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Pass the fuck out. 4 levels of
That man's
exhaustion. He's
sprawled
not
out.
going to hear any of
I'm
this.
so sorry.
That's okay. Well, so
Feel free to wake me up.
I heard that Tyr. I know Tyr's told us before that he's from a village, but Oz and Elfie. I don't think I've ever. I don't know where you're from. Where were you before you came to the carnival?
Well, just before. Spent a lot of time in the Western Heartlands and retired a little ways outside. A little place on the Chianthar River. Kind of not too far from Baldur's Gate, actually.
Oh,
Oh, no way.
The
We ended up
The Chianthar?
Oh man.
So you guys are on the same planet and continent and almost city?
Yeah, sounds.
Yeah,
We spent a
sounds
lot of
like
time
it.
in Baldur's Gate, though it's a pretty big place. I don't know that we actually would have crossed paths per se, but
Yeah, not likely.
The Heartlands. Is that where you learned how to be so heartwarming?
I don't think that's where the name came from, but I've never really thought about it. Just the kind of the heart of the continent, I suppose.
Continent. And what's your continent called?
Faerun?
Faerun. Is that like Feywild?
No, not
No.
the Feywild.
are you saying that you don't? That's not where you're from?
It's not. I have never been to Faerun.
Have you heard of Faerun?
Elfie, where have you been? Where'd you come from?
Kind of all around. Kind of grew up transient, all over. Wherever there was coin to be made and food to be had, I kind of just found my way where I needed to be. Last pit stop that I had was in the lower city in Baldur's Gate.
Small
Of
world.
all the places in the universe that a traveling party could have come from, and three of you are from so close. But I tell you what, you must have some stories though. Tier, are you full up on food? Come on over here.
I'm full, but I'm awake now. Hold on, guys.
Story
Hold on.
time. Tier, you got to tell me.
Oh, okay.
Are you from somewhere near Baldur's Gate?
I'm from about 20 clicks outside of Baldur's Gate.
What's a click?
Close to a mile.
Oh, okay.
Mile? What's a mile?
5,280 feet.
Ooh, and Caitlin like kind of picks up her foot. She goes, "That's a lot of feet." So you're from 5,200 and something times 20. I mean, you can make that in a couple days. That's really not too far.
Yeah, absolutely.
How do you measure distance?
How do you measure here?
Seen that coming a mile away, dude.
Look, you can't put a show tune in front of me and expect me not to. Sorry, continue.
Well, so it depends on where you are. But we do use walking speeds. Again, it depends on where you are at the place. Kilometers is generally considered the standard of measurement, though.
Oh, we have that too, but that's called the metric system.
Oh, metric. We call it the eberetric system, but metric. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, really, like where I come from, we just kind of measure things in like how long it takes you to get there. But there are places where you can get places a lot faster. Like we've got in the middle of our continent, we have this like train that runs off of elementals, and it can go like 200 kilometers per hour. Nope, 400 kilometers per hour. So, no, that's not right.
Fast.
It's not 400 kilometers per hour. It's 40 kilometers per hour. 80 kilometers per hour? It's been a long time since I've been there. I'm not a city girl. Anyways. Well, Alfie, I bet if you're taking odd jobs all around, you had to have had some funny ways you've made money or funny stories.
Well, yeah, definitely. There was this one time, and he just kind of stops and looks around and is like, I don't know if children can hear me. Yeah, no, definitely. I've done a lot of things.
I have an idea. We haven't tried this out yet. Okay. So, since we're wary of children's ears, I'm going to look at Oz. Oz. Conference call.
No. No.
Love it.
I think we just chat.
Look, if I really focus on it, I can get to 2 people at once. It takes a lot of my energy. So I can do 2, and then if you just do the 1, I can, as long as you're broadcasting with your telepathy, I can get it.
But don't want to...
I'll give you the radio frequency hertz that you need to tune into, okay? You see that little monocle? It's a dial. You dial it in to the right frequency.
I mean, even if that does work, isn't there one too many people to conference everybody in because you have to focus on Oz? Or is Oz
No,
able
so
to
I can
on
focus
everyone?
because he is also telepathic. It's like a passive thing. It's just I can force telepathy onto 2 people. It's really exhausting. I think we're about to sleep though, so as long as this is the last thing we do tonight, I think I'll be okay.
We have 5 people. You can do 2 people.
You do 1, and you think so. The way do I need to teach you how to telepathy? Okay, here's what's gonna happen.
His helmet's new.
Who do you want to go into the mind of?
You.
No, choose another.
Why not?
Damn, that was such a fast shutdown.
I'm not ready. It's scary in there. I promise you don't want to be in mine. Also, for the sake of the conference call, it doesn't make sense that the 2 people who have telepathy are going to be in each other's minds.
That might establish trust.
If everything's the way it needs to be, my mind's not really all that complicated. If you want to, grab a hold of mine.
Okay, you get in Tyr's mind, and as long as just focus on what you are getting from him, and again, it's like a radio broadcast signal. I can sense the transmission while I am also concentrating on the other 2. And I can make sure that we all have just trust me. Can we just try it?
Okay, let's try it.
I'm gonna throw it out there. Homework before next session. We're gonna need a diagram of how this works. Just
I'm
we
gonna
could.
need a
In
visual
my
aid,
mind,
Bob.
it makes total sense. I swear it does.
All right.
I'll have a diagram for you next time. Okay.
Do we get inspiration if we poke holes in the diagram?
No, because that's my job. Unless you want me to have inspiration.
No, the answer is no.
No.
Some people got real smart during Curse of Strahd and started spending their channel points to give Pixel inspiration. That was a real bad time.
Oh, no.
That's rude.
Yeah, it's rude.
All right. Are we ready? 3, 2. I just want to know a dirty story about Elfie, okay?
Whose mind are you reading, and whose is Oz focusing on?
You were going to focus on Tyr because it's easy for beginners. And then I'll get...
Oh my god.
Look, that's what Tyr told me. Tyr said it's easy for beginners.
Can't argue with logic. I mean,
Like a drive-by insult. Well done.
I mean, even though the fact that his intelligence is higher than mine. But,
I always forget about that.
I know. We keep pretending you're dumb, but you're not. Oh god. And then I'll get Elfie, is it okay if I go in your mind?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. So I'll get these 2. And then it'll like radio signal to me. And it's like, so do you know, have you ever heard about, like, there's different types of bonds, right? So you have an ionic bond, you have a covalent bond, you have a like oxygen bond. Do you know how oxygen bonds are kind of like wibbly wobbly, right? And they're like,
Are you saying that if we're speaking telepathically to one another, you can hear us?
yes.
Okay. That makes more sense.
As long as you are willing. So you have to be willing,
Incredible. 10 out of 10.
willing
Yeah,
to let me hear you.
we're all covalent
Okay.
bonds.
Well,
by the way.
then, Tyr and I will have a telepathic
What a covalent
conversation, and you tell everybody what we're thinking.
No, the goal was to get Elfie to tell a story. I should Elfie's. Okay,
All right,
you know
then
what? Never
break
mind.
into his
Never
mind.
mind. It's fine.
I was just gonna like get released. Like he's been holding his breath this whole time. Like, oh, thank God.
Look, maybe we should set aside. Oz, how about this? How about you wake me up 30 minutes earlier than normal, and you and I will start having lessons, okay? Because I feel like the confidence with this helm.
We should do this before we go to bed, so I can recover afterwards.
Okay. I think I need to recover as it is, but okay.
Okay, so
Caitlin's
now
like a
I'm
little bit
confused.
exhausted now.
Yeah,
She's like,
I'm a little confused. Are we doing this or are we not
Nope.
doing this?
no,
Okay.
it's not happening.
I see.
Out of game real quick. Are we assuming that you come from Earth?
Are you?
I'm asking. Like, is that like? It seems like it would be Earth that you come from.
You know what's funny is actually in D&D lore there is a place called Earth, but it is spelled differently. It's like AORTH or something like that. And there is a very important. Anyways, that's for a different time. I will say, some of me is from Earth.
Well, at least I got the half right, or third right. However many personalities you have.
1/3 is right. 1/3 right.
Okay, that's I was just curious.
All right, so that was a nice aside. Can we have a conversation about whatever it is we were gonna break each other's brains over?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to know dirty stories or funny stories. I don't know. Elfie said he couldn't tell it in the presence of children.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, we had this really good conversation with Will, and kind of like gonna pass along all the information that couple of days that he's gonna go over there. That we have confirmed that Bavlorna is here, and that Will is asking us if we would be willing to give some sort of a loose distraction to try and let him save all the children, even though it might get him killed.
We
Oh,
also confirmed Bavlorna is here with Granny.
Ugh.
And
So-
has thrown off Granny's usually organized and predictable schedule.
okay. So that's concerning. But in better news, I have some good news. I also talked to Will, and okay. So hold on. Caitlin like takes a minute because she realizes she's going like crazy lady again. So, do you remember a while ago now? I had a dream that felt important. I think that dream was about the pond, the wayward pool. I think that before we go and try to save the kids, if we think we can get it done within 2 days, which I have now confirmed, 2 days is we have 48 hours at this point. I think maybe tomorrow evening around sunset, we should go to the wayward pool. Because I'm pretty certain that the big clue that you got before we got here, Oz, and my dream are connected to something or someone that's there.
The Alicorn?
Mm-hmm. Now, I know it's confusing. It is not a unicorn named Allie. I did confirm that. But I think that it is a unicorn that's brokenhearted. And I think, I don't know, maybe it's like Octavian where we need to reunite it or get its heart beating again. I mean, in my dream, the dream that I had, it was like I was standing on the edge of a pool or a pond, or I don't know, maybe it was the wayward pool, and there's no reflections, but there was a flame in the distance. And then the figure appeared to me and told me that we need to get 3 keys I don't know, but Will said that he couldn't tell us more, but that there's going to be a lot of answers there for us. So I think it's important we go.
Well, Will said he's not going on his mission for a few days, so maybe we can find some answers in the meantime. Well, we gotta make sure we're back in time, because I think he's gonna be in some trouble trying to do this on his own.
Well, it seemed like the
Yeah, I mean,
kids
nothing.
went to the pool and got back pretty quickly, so it has to be close to here. And now we know. That's right. The reason the kids were under the sheet and had the stick is that you need to be respectful when you go. No touching things without permission. She looks at Tyr and Elfie.
Well, if he just looks at Tyr and be like, yeah.
Smart water. Trying to
Smart
get
water. And
We are not affiliated with the brand Smart
Oh.
Water.
we are not.
I do not have any brand sponsorships. That was completely. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, it's good. It's funny.
I didn't even think of it when I
No,
said
it's
it.
funny.
That's funny. Yeah, I think yeah, we need to be in costume. So I don't know if any of you want to pick up some sticks. I don't know how realistic the stick needs to be. I don't know if anybody here is a whittler, but tomorrow at sunset would be the time to go. So we have tomorrow to plan and come up with a plan for how we're going to get the kids out. And then at sunset, we go. And then that still gives us a day to get back and help the kids.
Here's eyes perked
Which
up too
one's-
when you said whittle.
Excellent.
Well, I'm
I
in.
like that idea.
Huh?
I like that idea.
Yeah, I'm in. Sounds great.
All right.
As long as we're
If
all
we're
on the
all
same
in.
page. Yeah, as long as we're on the same page that we're gonna save these kids, I'm in.
Absolutely. I made a watch, and then I show Liam my like little diagram that I've like mapped out the stars, and I said, I figured it out.
I have no idea what a watch is, but that is amazing.
Y'all don't have watches?
I've never even
What's a
heard that
watch?
word before.
Where's sundials?
That's a lie.
No, it is?
I can guarantee you there is in fact Neverwinter is well known for making watches.
Well,
Sorry.
Also, I'll point out that somebody
Mr.
had a
Watch!
very important watch that you guys had to get a hold of.
Not the pocket watch.
Oh shit! I did forget
Mr.
about that. I'm
Witch.
sorry. I'm sorry. That's my bad.
That's funny.
Retcon.
Yeah, also
oh
that.
yeah, that's a beautiful
that.
watch. I love watches. I'm a watch enthusiast. I'm sorry.
Matter of fact, I love watches.
Yeah, you know what? I'm a
Forget
dipshit.
what I
That's what it
said.
really is. I'm sorry.
I forgot about it too, not gonna lie, so
Okay, so like I went to wristwatch. I'm like, what the fuck's a watch? That's just maybe an idiot. It's fine.
No, it is a watch. So again, even there, I'm pretty certain they do have in Neverwinter, for example, it is like well known that there's a bunch of like clockmakers and watchmakers and stuff. So I think
Okay.
even in Faerun.
I'm an idiot. I'm sorry.
Anyways, Caitlin doesn't. Sorry, we're metagaming. Sorry. Anyways, yeah. So okay. Well, it's okay. It's a timekeeping device. The point is. Can I tell? No. I really care about you all. And I know I'm a little frazzled and fritzled and all over the place. I feel torn often. But I'm excited to be on this adventure with you all.
We're doing some good
Thanks.
things, man. Thanks, he says. We're doing some good things, and obviously we have our own reasons for kind of wanting to come here, but I think us being here for each other is it's gonna work out for us.
agreed.
All right, well, y'all tire me out, so I'm gonna go to bed. Night, night.
Night, guys.
Yeah.
Cheers.
I'm
Well,
thinking-
Tina's
Tina's gonna get up, go back over to the owlbear, and just lay back down with the owlbear.
Aw. Kaylin's actually going to go sleep out under the stars.
yeah, I mean, I think unless there's anything else anybody wants to get in.
There is. I'm sorry.
No, that's kind of what I was figuring.
By all means.
Okay, yeah. So I think that after everybody kind of, prances off to bed, Liam does go find Kaylin and be like, take a walk with me.
Under the stars? Of course.
Yeah, and so I think he probably like leads not like super far away from the treehouse or anything like that, but like maybe finds a little opening in the trees that you can kind of see the stars the best from, and maybe like lays a blanket out and it's like, sit with me.
Kaylin lays down next to him, and you can tell she's trying to like keep her mouth shut because she like is so excited to finally be under the stars again, and she wants to like blurt out every constellation that she doesn't know, but like tell him everything, and she's like, "You first."
No, I think Liam mentioned something. It's like, I was really excited when we got here and that we could see the stars. I thought that might be kind of important to you.
Yeah, you're right. No, you.
You asked me a few days ago about where I was from and all that. I know I kind of talked about it a little bit, but I figured I owed you an answer, and I'm sorry that I hadn't got to it before now. But yeah, you know about the town outside of Baldur's Gate and about Gran and all that. But what I didn't tell you about is Caldrian.
Aldrin?
Yeah, he was my teacher. He's the one that came to town that day, and I think Liam pulls out the little music box that's been eating away at him for however many days it's been since he got it from Sue, and he lays it out on the blanket and he winds it up and lets the song play for a few minutes. That's the first thing I ever heard him play. You bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's when he rolled into town, this is the first thing I ever heard him play, and it put a smile on everybody's face, and it was the most magical thing I think I've ever seen. Man, that distracts me so bad. It's so good.
Wait, why is it not playing for me? Oh no, I can't hear it. Oh no.
Can't hear Kiko.
No, I can't hear Kenku now.
Oh,
It says he's deafened for me.
But anyway, he came into town and just watching him play and watching how up until then, it's like almost every other person, when they would look at me, all they would see is a devil or, some monstrosity that just didn't make sense to them, right? And whenever people looked at him, they didn't have that look on their face. They smiled and they laughed, and it was the most pure magic I think that I've ever seen. So I followed him around for days. He stayed in the village for a couple of days, kind of recouping before he headed back out, and asked him probably a million questions. And what are we? Where do we come from? And how do you do that with your music? And how does he make people smile whenever it seems like all they want to do is like cast us out? And he told me, he said that a lot of our kind turn bitter, and the world gives them every reason to, but I think at that moment he decided that he was going to take me on and teach me everything, and he said that we're going to be better. We'll be fire, but warmth, not just ash and music, not just screams, So we started traveling together, and he taught me about music and about how to keep people from, 1 minute they want to stone you, next minute they're dancing, laughing, and having a good time. But I think that's the biggest thing, is he taught me that the world doesn't get to decide what kind of devil I am. We get to make that choice for ourselves. It's so distracting. It's so good.
It's wild that anybody could look at you and see something that deserves any kind of cruelty like that. I mean, I don't know.
People don't
In my
know better.
opinion,
Oh, go ahead.
you're right. I don't know. The only thing dangerous I see about you is the way you look at me and how it makes me feel like if you leaned in just a bit closer that I'd forget every reason that I want to hold back.
I agree. You know, I said that's the purest magic I've ever seen up until we got here. And just the way you view the world and the way you interact with it, and even your crazy rants that you go on, it's just it's wonderful to see. Every bit about you, just it's so fascinating, so pure, and it's the only thing that even compares.
I know I talked about it a little bit. I've never been in a relationship before. I've never had feelings for somebody before. I became a druid because honestly, nature was the only place where I didn't feel like somebody was going to laugh at me. I've spent so much of my life being told that I'm strange and I'm difficult and too much, and I don't know. When I'm under the stars, they don't ask me to make sense. I can just lay here and be and see them in their wonder and awe. And to a lot of people, they don't make sense, but they're still beautiful and they can still have a story to tell. But I don't know. I don't know how you could look at me and say such nice things. I think I'm too messy. I think I'm too chaotic. I feel like I'm always unraveling at any minute of any day and just dragging anybody who's near me down with me. And I don't know if I come with a neat little ending or a quiet, simple life at the end of this. I don't even understand myself. I don't even know what my life means. So why would anyone choose to stay, right? But then I look at you and there's you who sings songs in the face of danger or teaches little kids how to play wind instruments or throws yourself into the fire or into the mouth of a hag if it means someone else might be spared. You who was the only one of us kind enough to give a lonely little monkey a button. No fanfare, no expectations, just quiet acts of kindness, gentleness. I don't know. So the idea that you, of all people, would want to spend more time with me, with all my shadows and wandering thoughts and scattered pieces of my soul that I'm still discovering or afraid to know what I already know. How could you not turn away? It doesn't make sense to me, but you look at me like none of that's a warning. And like there's beauty in the chaos. And honestly, Liam, it scares me. This feeling so much. I know what it's like to lose something as important as what you've become to me. And so feeling the way I do, it scares me. But you've reached for my hand in the dark and you didn't shy away. And so Stars bless me. Let me have the courage to be honest. Before the stars fade, and so does my willingness to say this. You're the only voice that's made all this noise in my head feel like music and not just screaming. And as much as it scares me, I also hope that at the end of all this, I get to live each day hearing that melody.
I think Liam kind of like turned, at this point we're probably looking up or looking away, but he like turns directly to Kaylin now and takes her hands. And I think you're one of the most beautiful people I've ever met in my entire life, and we don't have it figured out. I've lost things too, and I know that it's scary, but I am more than willing to step into the dark and figure it out together. And he also plucks up the courage and is like, do you trust me?
I do.
Okay, turn around. And he like kind of motions for you to turn around. And he reaches into his bag of holding and pulls out a necklace. Waiting for confirmation. I know we have a handout for it.
Oh my gosh, there's a handout for
Yep.
it. Oh my gosh.
Absolutely beautiful.
Mhm.
Oh, there we go. Cool. And
Where's the
yeah,
handout? Hold on. I gotta find it. Where is it?
Wait, am I missing it?
Where is it?
Did it
I'm
not
missing it.
pop up for everybody?
let me put it on the map
No.
screen for this too.
Okay, I can go like this.
Son of a biscuit eater. I gotta. My eyes are still closed, apparently. Oh my god. All right. Now I see it.
But anyway, he kind of like puts it on you and fastens it. And when we were in that dark place after Sporticus kind of took us on our wild adventure,
What a fun guy.
you had that moment where you had that moment where you seemed like overcome by something. I don't claim to understand what it is, and sometimes when you're asleep, I can hear you. It's like you're fighting an entire war in your dreams, So I talked to Nib, and we come up with this. He said that the stone in this necklace is called a dream stone, and I don't know. Like I said, I'm not the most learned arcane member of our party, but he assured me that it could help.
Not to be out of game here, but is it literally called Kayla's Lullaby?
Is it?
That's the name I gave
Oh,
it.
yeah,
Yeah.
Oh my god! Sorry if you were gonna say that.
No, it's
I've
okay.
seen it.
It's great.
Make the nightmares go but lullaby. Yeah.
Too cute.
I don't know how it's possible that he could make one of these. And at some point I'll explain better what's going on. But yes, this is incredible. This is.
I don't want you to feel like you need to explain anything to me. You don't owe me anything.
It's not
I just
about
want to be
owing you
there.
anything. It's that for the first time, I feel like if I told somebody and that somebody was you, I wouldn't be looked at like a weirdo. I would be, I don't know. It's like, it's the first time I've wanted somebody to understand me. Because as much as I'm scared of losing you, I feel safe with you. And thank you. Just, I can't believe that he made this. This is, I have literally only heard of these before. I I don't think I've even seen one in a museum. This is, yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I think he kind of just like lays back on the blanket and kind of like gives an inviting look to just kind of lay out under the stars and kind of just spend that time together.
And I think for the first time since we went on that fun little trip with Sporticus, Kaylin like actually relaxes and sighs and feels like this huge weight of concern is suddenly not entirely gone, but dang, is it much smaller.
Yeah, and I think
She lies down, curls up on him.
Yeah, and I think as everybody, you know, the kids and Will and the rest of the party, as everyone kind of settles in to sleep for the night, I think that's where we'll leave our party for the moment.
That is a cool moment to leave on. It's real good. Oh man, what a session. RP top to bottom. You know, feels real good.
We went a session without any combat.
Yeah. It's
Oh my
almost,
gosh.
It's almost like the first few actual sessions we had where it was there's no combat at all.
Technically, Tyr got ate by a hat face demon in one of the first few sessions that wasn't live.
Yeah.
Hat face demon.
Combat did seem to become a way more common once we started doing the lives. I don't know what happened there. Quick check-in though before we do our sign-off stuff. So how's everybody feeling? How's everybody feel about that? Is everybody feeling good? We having fun?
Oh yeah.
You guys
I'm
can
having a good
answer
time.
in chat.
Yeah, I'm talking to y'all.
And some of us are just starting to cook. So
Yeah, I know, man.
I swear to fucking Ace, the things you have dropped on me tonight, I was like, I can't even think about it right now. I can't even think about it right now because I didn't even, anyways. He's cooking. That's all I'm saying.
Listen, we cooked too, but it was a different kind of cooking.
kind of different kind of cooking.
It's so fun. I fucking love cooking sessions with Tyr.
All right. Well,
Look, Juniper loved him.
that's right. That's all that's really important. And
We have new friends.
We have new friends.
yeah, we're not gonna have enough room in camp to like adopt all these people. I think is what we're really gonna struggle with at this
Listen.
point.
Tyr will go out of his way to find enough food for everybody. Let me just say.
All right. Well, we are at the way past the 4-hour mark. It is crazy that went by really, really fast for sure.
It went by faster than I thought, for sure.
But before we reintroduce everybody and tell you who we played and all that other stuff, I just want to remind folks, because I didn't at the beginning of the stream, that if you want to come relive this crazy heavy RP session or any of the other ones, exclamation point YouTube in the chat there. You can find all these sessions uploaded after the fact. I'm going to export it tonight. That way it's up. And I know I've been trying to export it like the night of, because I know some people like go back and try to transcribe it. So I'm like, okay, got to get it up real quick. But yeah, if you guys want to go check all that out. And I do also want to plug really quickly, because I also didn't do this at the beginning of the stream, is if you guys are enjoying this, obviously we hope that you guys will come hang out for the rest of this amazing campaign. But the 18th of May is going to be our first episode of Waterdeep Dragon Heist with Ages of Ainor. Obviously, you can catch those live here on the VP page, but the main show and like all the YouTube stuff, and I think they even do a podcast version of all the episodes you can listen to on Spotify and stuff. That's gonna be on Ages of Ainor. It looks like somebody got the shout out there. Be sure to go check them out. It's gonna be super, super fun. It's gonna be the same exact cast, just a different DM. We'll miss Ace in those sessions, but it's gonna be the same cast, different characters. But
Oh wait, I heard Ace is showing up as Baba Yaga.
oh God,
Isn't
help
he
us all.
playing?
I swear to God, it's like I'm used to the DM really trying to emotionally distraught me, but this...
You think Pixel and I would work together to plot against you? I don't think that.
As oh, speaking of that, I didn't show you guys this. Hold on a minute.
That's
I bought
right.
something the other day. So, we've talked a lot about this asshole rabbit that we ran into that I don't think actually happened on stream. I think it actually was in one of the sessions that we did in
It was, yeah, before.
It was in the session right before we went.
But just so
Live.
y'all
Yep.
know, this is that bastard right there. There he is, blue scarf and gnome. He's a piece of shit. No, I'm just kidding. I want to
Oh my
let you
god,
know
does he
ahead
even
of
have
time.
his brand?
Yeah,
Is that his
well, he's got a
brand?
little-
Dan?
brand. Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Anyway,
And long scarf.
God. No!
How did that even play? Did you not turn it off for the session?
Oh, no, it's in Discord. It's fine.
Oh, that's where I heard it.
Anyway, y'all, I've been Vincent Page. I've been Nephilim Liam, your love-struck bard, who is, honestly, surprisingly, still hasn't dropped all of his little nuggets of info. We really struggled to get them all out, but it's fine, because there's lots of campaign to go. It's been real fun. Ace?
Yeah, I've been Ace. I've been the multitude of other people pulling at everyone's heartstrings tonight. So it's been a lot of fun, and in all seriousness, we're literally just getting started with a lot of it. So I look forward to see what we got next.
I'm Foxy. I've been Elfie, and I was not a sad boy this time.
He was a sweet boy. It was so sweet.
That's good stuff,
But
man.
just wait till you find out why.
Good
Because of
stuff.
family?
I have plans.
All
Hell
right.
yeah.
Well, we love to hear
Yeah, the
that.
other one that can cook.
Everybody's, it's like fucking Gordon Ramsay's cook-off in here. I don't know what's happening.
Just suddenly Top
Fucking
Chef.
roll.
Yeah, what? I didn't realize I was
No,
filling
this
the
is-
Hell's
what's the-
Kitchen here. I don't know what's...
Hold on, what's the show that they put the teams against each other that they don't know how to cook? Like the ones that don't even know how to use knives and shit? That's what this
I have
really
no
is.
idea.
Oh,
Worst Cooks in America?
Worst cooks in America.
Oh
Yeah,
gosh,
that's
I
what
haven't
this
heard of
really
that.
is.
That's funny.
All right, Jason. Nope.
Jason's
you
on mute.
muted, bub.
Jason's muted.
You muted, buddy.
Son of a. His headset sometimes removes itself. I'll go next. Nope, not yet. All right. Well, while he's doing that, I am Lady Stuff. we'll get you, baby. I am Lady Stuff, also known as Kaylin. Is that her name? Is she Kaylin? I don't know. Find out next time or not. Yeah. End of story. Bye bye. See you later.
I'm Skynet. I play Tyr Firefist, and I'm a half-orc barbarian. And I was able to teach them cooking tonight. Now, while I don't
Hell yeah.
personally condone, poaching turtles, it felt fit for the area we were in. So, yeah.
All right, is this working now?
Yeah,
All
we're
right.
in there
Yeah,
now.
We're
yeah.
back.
All right, and I am Jason, playing the unretired Order Cleric Oz, who is, having a great time with this chaotic bunch.
And strangely knows Sylvan and strangely knows Will of the Wild, maybe. Everybody's cooking.
Which I think leads us to our final bit before we say goodnight. When are we playing again? What's the deal with that?
Are we just gonna
I'm-
skip
I'm-
Jonathan
I'm
saying goodbye?
Free every day except for next Sunday. So anytime.
No, he went. John Skynet
wow.
did his thing.
I went before Oz.
Yeah, we did.
It
We
was-
did
it was
stuff.
out of order,
Skynet.
so it was, like, threw me
yeah, it was
off.
weird.
When it went stuff, I thought it went back to Jason, and then not that. I don't know.
Oh no.
You can find out
Foxy,
next
what's
time.
your work schedule like?
8 to 5, Monday through Friday. The same as every week.
I mean, I think at one point we had brought up Thursday as an option, but I know you said you had a lot of work stuff this week.
Oh. Yeah, that was mainly because I was planning stuff and I wanted to plan like around whatever we were playing next. But then I forgot I was planning stuff, so it doesn't really matter. I'm not medicated right now, guys. Like my ADHD is like on absolute all cylinders. So I completely forgot what I was trying to schedule or if it was
That's
important. But we'll find out.
Well, what if we did Thursday? That way maybe your
Or-
weekend's open for whatever may or
I
may
mean,
not
I'm
have
fine
come
with
up.
whatever.
Cool. All right, Thursday,
All right,
Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern time.
Thursday.
all for Thursday. Say aye.
Nay.
Who said nay, you bit? No, I'm just kidding.
No, sorry, I thought we were doing the horse thing.
We're back to the
Yay.
Warhorse. I see. Okay, well, guys, look for us this Thursday. I don't know the date. I'm not gonna do math. It's fine. This
It's the
Thursday,
first.
the first.
May
Hey, which means we're almost on
May-
that Sleep Token album, baby. Anyway,
It's gonna
Um,
be me.
I swear
damn
to
it.
God.
Look for us on Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, if you want to catch these live. And if you're watching this back on YouTube, by the way, we do these live on Twitch. Vince Page Twitch TV. I don't know the URLs. It's fine. Let's find somebody to raid before I put my foot in my mouth anymore.
Twitch.tv/Vincent Page.
Hey, somebody knows stuff way better than me. Funny that it would be stuff, right?
Stuff, no stuff.
Yeah, stuff do be knowing some stuff.
Mm,
Let's see, who do we have
Did we rate
here?
Pixel last time? Because Pixel's live.
I mean, listen, I'll raid Daddy Pixel every day, all day. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even worried about it.
He is live.
Go raid Critical
also
Role
got
at the
Critical
I'm just
Role's
kidding.
Hell yeah. Do it.
I'm sure that'll go great. Anyway,
Why not?
you know, small fish, big pond, that kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they only have like 2,400 people watching.
Yeah. Go make a little splash, you know. But no, we will. We'll send you guys over to Pixel. Go hype him up for this Waterdeep campaign. And y'all, we will see you guys next time. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.